From the Lodge Mahal.
Could have.
In beautiful Austin, Texas. Welcome to a special Saturday night live stream. The Big One re-entry, a monthly happening here at our club, is in gear. $360 buy-in, 188 entries, $56,400 prize pool.
They don't need to remain there. Just put them in there.
And I believe we're under 40 players. We'll go from start to finish.
$30.
I'm going to have to fold these two.
We'll go over tournament chips after this hand, and let's just do that right now. Tourney chips in play right now. We've got the yellow chips are 1,000. Orange chips are 5,000, and you'll see a few, maybe not on this table, on some of the outer tables, 25,000 chips. At this table, Clayton,
Snuck in there.
the dealer, the tallest dealer in the country, he's got 25 bigs. LV 22, 44 bigs. Tranimal has 15 bigs. Rich, 9 bigs. Fugazi, Ron there. We've seen Ron before. Has 171,000. Lewis, 133, and Josh, 129. KB, also a dealer here at the Lodge, works on our stream in the 9 seat. 36 players remain.
Not only couldn't you give me a walk, you had some jam.
So a couple dealers on this table in KB
Nice you've done that. Well,
and Clayton. Seats 1 and 9. Skull Mike's still in this tournament. He's on one of the outer tables. Damon the Tatted One, the hot dog eating wonder, is in the box. Check out that new felt, folks. Look at that beautiful new felt advertising the Mega Monster 1 million guarantee August 1st through the 12th. Shout out to Maestro Matt Sweeney for spending about 6 hours today installing that felt. Did a great job. Table a little quiet early. Clayton raises to 15,000 with some suited Broadway cards. LV 22 with the Gretzky, and Rich with the ladies. Here we go.
What's the count on that?
LV 22 is going to ask for the count with the 9s. For Rich's tournament life, LV with plenty of chips to make this call. He's going to make the call. Rich is going to have him in trouble here. 81% equity, $166,000 pot, not dollars, 166,000 chip pot. A little different. There's a queen right in the window. There could be a chop here.
Oh, my God.
Or a flush possibility. LV had a chance.
Jack for a chop, a spade for a loss.
Rich is going to double up. A much-needed double up. Blinds right now, 3,000, 6,000, 6,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, runner 9. Or spade.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they've changed the tournament rules. Remember when we got down to 4, we cut the big blind ante in half. I believe we've
Or technically,
stopped that.
Running 2 would have done it.
Big blind ante will be in place.
Yeah, still would have. Oh,
I'll vote it up.
yeah, he was still voting. I was thinking pair.
Is this a production? Please hold.
Exactly.
Brittany is our game host. She is known as the Chairmanator.
Gotta get
She will be eliminating chairs from the room once we get down to a final table. That'll be for a while from now. We don't know how long it will go, but we will be here until it is over. I see VW Bug
production team.
in there as our moderator. Haven't seen Yoda yet. Hope all is well with Yoda.
Professional punter, okay?
Kind of weird at first.
Huh?
We keep reaching for each other. It's kind of weird. Just...
There's.
Yoda is here. Hello, Yoda. Aces for Josh here. A little bit of flop lag for LV22. He would have flopped quads on this flop. 2 nines.
Just starting to think about it right now. When I said that, I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said anything because you were probably like in bliss.
Temporarily.
Josh will win a small one with aces. I believe Lang, another dealer, is also in on one of the outer tables. Skull Mike. Some familiar faces. Big shout out to all the Lodge players who finished very well in the World Series of Poker main event. Mixon of Poker, the last one standing. Good job, Mixon. High was in there late.
A little thinner, right?
Jaywin was in there. All doing the Lodge proud.
All right.
Speaking of Mixon Poker, Mixon, we were all cheering for you. He's in chat right now. Let's all give him a congratulations. Fantastic job, Mixon. We love you. Really proud of you. Bring me back a souvenir.
Oh, my bad. On camera. Relax. Not my first time. If I make a mistake, who cares?
Josh's sixes here are going to be good. But Fugazi is the one who's betting with a pair of ducks. Fires out 20,000. Josh, who just had aces. Now with middle pair. We'll lay it down. And that's how you win with ducks. Yeah, exciting times. Everyone here at the Lodge had one eye on our live stream and the other eye on how Mixon and High and Jaywin were doing. Just so proud.
They can't hear you chewing or anything, can they?
No, I don't think it's...
They might mute you if it's too excessive.
But we can all do it so you feel okay. Just announce it.
Like I'm over here eating jerk out now.
Hey, it's fine. People
No, they won't know
eat
who it is. Everyone else can kind of go.
Everybody
I already ate a pack of nuts, so Damon can tell us if they had to mute me.
Heads up, KB and Lewis. KB
Check.
hits his 6 for 2 pair. Nut flush possibilities for Lewis to go along with his gut shot straight. Lewis looking for a spade. Does not come, and the check mark will be for KB.
6.
KB works on production, part of the production crew here at the lodge, and is a lodge dealer. Air Force veteran. An all-around good guy, KB. If you saw the video,
Is that?
on the sky jump video, you saw KB and I looking up into the air, wondering where the others were.
I
I like the flavor of it.
I'll have to. I think I had it before it was packaged, and then it was pretty hot.
I mean, it's actually
I mean,
fairly
there's a
spicy.
built-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a kick to it, but it's not spicy.
Okay. All right, then may have been tamed down a little bit.
But I eat a lot of spicy food, so.
Same.
Yeah.
White people spicy though.
Exactly.
I didn't want to say it, but
I was like, those dudes can eat spice. The Howley boy probably can't eat spice.
I know myself.
This tournament is played every single month, the Big One re-entry. And we've got another tournament that's played every month called the Art of Poker. And guess what? The Art of Poker. We're going to celebrate our 6th anniversary with a special Art of Poker coming up this coming week. The 19th through the 21st. Instead of the normal prize pool, we're going to make a $150,000 guarantee. The 19th through the 21st, and we will stream on that Sunday, the 21st, a week from tomorrow. If you're in the area, why don't you come on out and play? There's a flight on Friday, a flight on Saturday, and day 2 will be Sunday. Celebrating 6th anniversary of one of our most special monthly tournaments, the Art of Poker. Poker Rhino in chat. How you doing, Rhino? He was on stream on Wednesday. We're still fixing our microphones of all the talking he did. Nobody with a pair here. Jump ball, and Tranimal goes after it with his ace high, and it's going to get it done. Tranimal sees an opening and takes it. Lucinda Maneri says it's her 6th anniversary tomorrow. Well, congratulations. On a week from today will be my 33rd anniversary. How about that?
Full stack of 20 there. No, Andrew?
Mr. and Mrs. Slick, 33 years next Saturday. Aces for KB. Clayton, the tallest deer in the country, and one heck of a disc golfer. He is very talented. And Tranimal with the pocket 9s. Oh my goodness. All in. And this is going to be a snap call by KB. He's just going to decide whether he wants to go all in himself. He does.
Oh, that's not good.
And Tranimal in big trouble for his tournament life.
Oh, I had a good spot.
There's the 9, but there's the ace.
Diamonds.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh. Tranimal needs a diamond or a 9.
That would be the greatest.
So sweaty.
Left the room.
Set over set on the flop, and Tranimal,
Thank you, thank you.
he's already left. That was a quick exit.
Shouldn't have said diamonds.
No, you shouldn't have.
Of course it came
I
out.
like that new ace of spades. That's a clean ace of spades.
You want us to move around in front of these spots?
Somebody will.
I
think they'll go.
until we're
32.
And Tranimal is eliminated.
dream spot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, please shove, please shove. I'm not trying
Right?
to go 4 ways right now.
Right? Absolutely.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was like a cartoon character exit, you know, with the old cartoon characters where the dust, all you see is the dust trail. That's how fast Tranimal exited the studio. Under the lights. Big hand for KB right there.
I'm folding, obviously, but
What is he wearing around his neck? Looks like he borrowed that from a St. Bernard. Little pause in the action.
Right, action on Kevin. Nine folds.
Good answer.
You can always tell how many people are remaining
Wow.
in the top right of your screen, next to everybody's chip totals.
We all find out.
35 out of 188 remain. When we hit 27, we will have a table redraw. These players had just come back from their break, so we're about 2 hours away from the break. Budget, there's the outer tables. There's Skull Mike on the left-hand side of the screen wearing his white hoodie and sunglasses. It's the outer tables, 3 outer tables. It's a great shot of our studio. You see the trophy there on the left-hand side glimmering on its lighted stand. It's one of the prettiest trophies. It's got a red column right in the middle of it. It's a very nice trophy. Winner will be getting over $15,000 in cash and that beautiful trophy. Fugazi with the ladies. You do see a light blue chip in play. That's 25,000. Fugazi 3-bets to 50,000 and we'll take it down. This tournament is going on right now.
What's the A?
Oh, it's a AAA affiliate of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh,
It's
nice.
the Reno Aces. Kind of love the,
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
diamond on there for poker hand.
Yeah,
poker
yeah.
stuff. He gets confused with the Braves a lot, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Who are they affiliates with?
Diamondbacks.
Diamond, you said that. Oh.
Buy-in for this tournament is $360 for, this is a monthly occurrence. Once a month. It's called the Big One Re-Entry. Have a couple monthly specials. Big One Re-Entry, The Art of Poker. Lodge runs at least 3 tournaments every single day. 188 entries for this tournament. We've seen Ron before on a few streams. He's a very good tournament player. He's on the button with ace-10 suited, and he's going to make this call. Josh in the big blind. Will he defend it for 9,000 more with some hearts in his hand? "21 players will get paid." So we're pretty far away from the bubble. Fugazi hits his 8 with a backdoor flush possibilities to go along with some backdoor straight possibilities. Back to Clayton with a couple overs, and he's going to lay him down. That little card protector he has is a bag of hot dogs, which is dangerous to be put next to the dealer, who's known as Damon the Hot Dog Eating Wonder, who appeared on the ESPN broadcast about 10 years
Follow that
ago
game? Or is this just a
of the July 4th hot dog eating contest.
I just really
Cool.
like that.
I believe Damon downed close to 30 hot dogs
I love
that day. He did not
but I
win.
don't
So,
pay enough attention to
so a
farm
couple of
system.
years ago, pre-COVID,
But in related
and
news,
I don't know if they still do it. They do like
his
a different
stomach
app.
was not feeling well the next day.
Yeah, all the AAAs
Yeah,
have a lot
yeah.
of fun.
So the Red Sox had, and it was before they went to Worcester. They were still in Providence.
12,000.
They were the Wiener Dogs in the hat. So I have one of their hats. The Wiener Dogs, pretty cool. Call.
Call.
Josh with the hockey sticks is just going to call here. And KB now in the big blind. He's going to defend with the dirty diaper.
Here's you and I. You know,
6 ways to this flop. 78,000 in there.
what is it now? Probably folded the winners.
Fugazi hits middle pair. He's probably going to get this through. Clayton also with the same hand. Fugazi a little bit better because he's got the jack of diamonds. Goes check, check. Check, check, and they will chop this one up.
Play that shit?
I know, right?
I see, man.
Everybody loves a chop.
We took their money, so it's obvious.
Rebel Poker, you can always see how many players are left. Look at the top of your screen right now, right next to the players' chip counts. You can see how many players are left. 32 remain out of 188. When we get down to 27, we will have a redraw.
Fold my 3 deuce off.
I had a reason I didn't.
$341 already. Watching us. Clayton hits his ace. Fugazi going for it. Clayton going nowhere with his pair of aces. Now Fugazi has some outs, looking for a queen. Another jack, so Clayton will with the check mark. There's the fold. So you see the felt advertising the Mega Monster. It's coming August 1st through the 12th. It's a $400 buy-in. So here's the deal. $1 million guaranteed, but we're going to have 6 flights at the Lodge San Antonio in addition to all the flights at the Lodge Austin. And then another 10 flights in a club down in McAllen, Texas, which is deep South Texas. They're going to run 10 flights as well. So with all those flights and all those people playing, we anticipate going way over the $1 million guarantee, but it's going to be a minimum of $1 million guaranteed. And
Nice if
as we see an all-in here
board up here
from Lewis.
And maybe even a mirror, because you could basically look at it backwards. Like
Just
break
put a
it.
little one up there on the,
I'm surprised it didn't
another small one. Not too big.
has to be a lot.
Yeah.
55.
KB asking for a count with ace-9 suited on the button. 55,000. This would be for Lewis's tournament life. As we see Safi in the chat. How you doing, Safi?
Clay, you got like 150.
One of the best people we have here at the lodge.
Damn, brother.
Hold that in mind.
Lewis is going to survive and take down the chips. Yeah, the Mega Monster is going to be fun. We're guaranteeing $1 million, but it's going to go way over that. I have a feeling.
Ace-9 any good?
Very attractive tournament.
Good.
$400 buy-in, a chance to win $250,000 at least up top for first
Good
place.
to call, or it was good right there?
Don't tell him anything.
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
We're telling him the wrong thing.
Ace-9. Like if I was big blind for sure, I'm calling, but yeah.
Let's see if they're 20, well, they're back to 30. They're at 30. Okay.
Well, the back clock says 30 players remain. So we're going to catch up our graphics there. So 30 players remain. Brendan, how you doing? Yes, Skull Mike is still in. Brendan, I thought I saw you earlier. If you're out there and you want to spend a few minutes with us in the bunker, we'd love to have you. Get your tournament expertise.
Let me see. Thank you.
Looks like we've got some outer table action here.
39,000.
There's Lang. He's not involved in this hand.
After the flop, they made
Lang finished fourth in the WSOP casino employee
Took all I got.
event that happened
Yeah.
Right? Cracked it.
in early June, actually late May.
And if you remember the cards I had them again
You had-
just then.
Jack 10 off, right?
He won $26,000 for his efforts, finishing fourth out there in lost wages. Fugazi and Ron, heads up, couple of spades for Ron. Open ender for Fugazi. There's the nut flush for Ron. And there's the fold. Jerry Youngblood says, I'm headed to Lodge Poker San Antonio on Wednesday. Will I see you there, Slick? I will not be there on Wednesday, but you know when I will be there? I'll be there for this. The meetup game happening in less than 2 weeks. Brado and Andrew Nemi will be there. Skull Mike, Slick Rick, Big Daddy Chaz, so many more. Let's have some fun. and celebrate the opening of Lodge Card Club San Antonio. We'll see you there for a meetup game Friday the 26th. Starts at 2 p.m. It's going to be packed, folks, and it's going to be a ton of fun. I'll see you there. Big slick for Josh. Raises to 16,000. Rich comes along with some Broadway cards. Dominated here. Rich better tread lightly. Thank you all for saying crew rocks. We appreciate that. Our crew is the best. And they see those crew rocks
26.
comments. And as you can imagine, tonight may go very late and early into the morning.
That's good.
And when they see those, they realize what they're doing is being appreciated by all who are watching. 350 plus tuning in. You see our next break is an hour and 23 minutes. And in two eliminations, we will have a redraw, which will be a break in of itself. It always takes a little while when they redraw. There's Skull Mike with his toothpick. Skull Mike late regged in this tournament. Looks like he has close to 500,000 chips. Not too shabby for the man they call Skull.
Six high offsuit, no good.
Schedule next week will be on Wednesday through, actually Thursday through Sunday. Make sure that it's absolutely correct before I speak out of turn. I was correct. Next Sunday, a week from tomorrow, will be the Art of Poker stream. But it'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next week for our live streams.
400, 300, one of those. I'm not sure. Maybe. Ask Kevin if I know. Maybe 6, 3, 4, 6. I know I didn't even know we were having that until like recently. Yeah, all those days will be flights and stuff. Like day 1A, day 1B. Probably 2 to 3 a day.
You tell I'm a rookie.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Hope I can play it. You gonna come back down and play it?
Oh, I gotta see what the dates are for sure.
Check mark for Vigazi with
Those
his
are the dates for sure, right?
Yeah, those are the
pair of tens.
dates, yeah.
Check that.
Maybe day 2.
Vigazi has
So
the straight.
There's no final.
His tens would be good too.
12th might be the final day.
Oh,
But that 9 gives him the king high straight. Fugazi will take down 110,000 chip pot. Just getting started here.
You could have just given me a walk.
We call this the Big One re-entry. Happens every month.
For that $1 million tournament.
Well, you know,
Just back
raise
down,
club.
yeah.
Dude, I'm not sure.
Fold and give you
Kevin,
my
you know how
chip.
much the million or the Mega Monster is?
The buy-in?
Yeah.
400.
4?
Yeah.
that's the double bag one, right?
You're eligible to double bag, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty tough to do. Gotta fire a lot of bullets generally.
Well, you get 24 chances, right?
5% bag.
True. Yeah, what's up with the 5% bag thing?
Making day two is easier to manage and
Yeah.
shorter. I like it. At first I didn't, but I'm a fan now.
Really?
Hmm?
I kind of like WSOP 15%. Oh, you got the cards, never mind.
No, I don't like that.
All in here from Lewis with Ace Jack. Ron with the Snowman.
You think?
Too wide? Yeah. There's the bottom, like 75% been the money.
Is going to make the call.
You double your money.
So we got a race here.
Well, I guess that's why this year is kind of cool, right?
This is for Lewis's tournament life.
Well, no, I'm saying min cash to 25% left of in the money.
I got
you only double your money
I got you. Yep.
because they do 2x.
There's a jack for Lewis. Also the spades. What a flop for Lewis. Ron looking for an 8-ball corner pocket. Doesn't come, and Lewis is going to double up again. Will not go into the night.
Another good answer.
Folks, if you want to become a member of our live stream, you get a custom badge next to your name, different color, and also access to a bunch of custom emojis that you can use throughout chat, and access to some great content. Some of the content includes
8.
part of the podcast Into the Fold with Greg Potter, who commentates once a week on our streams. He has an interview with Joe Stapleton right now. So if you're a member of the live stream, you can actually watch that interview along with parts 1 and 2 of the Skydive
Yeah, there should be 3 tables, right?
episodes.
27.
Outer table action. Looks like we've got pocket 8s all in. And we might have had an elimination. We did. An elimination. So we're getting close to the redraw.
Let's cross our fingers for a short stack.
You need a second from me? Okay.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies out there. Down to 26.
Wow.
At
The
5 o'clock.
initial cutter was, yes, 6. 7 calls. 24. 7 calls. Heads up. Ready?
Do they pause for the break or something?
I have no idea what they're pausing for, unless we're doing a redraw at 27.
Yeah, scramble.
It is a redraw.
Set of 9s for Ron. Lewis looking for a 10 for Broadway.
Get your free snacks guys, now, guys.
All in.
Yeah.
All in and a quick fold.
I remember watching that stream of one of the tournaments and that one dude when he busted, did the smart thing. He went and just literally grabs that. So
You can find out all about the
That's too much.
that's OG right there.
Mega Monster
I don't like that.
on our website,
It's funny, but I don't like
thelodgepokerclub.com. It'll give you all the information you would ever want to know. It is a $400 buy-in tournament. And it looks like we may be down to 27 players, and we will have a redraw. From what I'm being told, the whole process may take about 8 minutes. So let's go over some things here that I can tell you about. First of all, if you want to play on the Lodge live stream, reach out to that man, Skull Mike. That is his third-grade picture right there. If you want to play, just let him know what days you're going to be in town, and we'll try to work you in on the show. You can reach him on Instagram or Twitter at SkullMikePoker, or email him directly, skullmike@thelodgepokerclub.com. We are looking for players. If you happen to be a lady or know of a lady that would like to play on the live stream, they would go to the front of the line. We are definitely looking for more ladies to play on our live stream. We told you about the Art of Poker coming up next week, the 19th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It is celebrating the 6th anniversary of our monthly tournament called the Art of Poker. It is always a fun tournament, but to celebrate, we're making the guarantee $150,000, which is way more. I believe the normal guarantee is $40,000, which is impressive in itself for a daily tournament. It's the Art of Poker, so we'll tell you some more things. The Mega Monster, August 1st through the 12th. So we mentioned this is a $1 million guarantee. First place guaranteed a minimum of $250,000, $400 buy-in. We're having lots of flights here at the Austin Club, 6 flights at the San Antonio Lodge Card Club, and 10 more flights if you're in deep South Texas, in McAllen, Texas. Look for Elite Poker Room. They'll have 10 flights for this tournament as well, and then everyone will come to Austin for day 2. We're just minutes away from getting started, as we did have a redraw. So we mentioned, if you're a member of the Lodge live stream, you can see things like this. Parts 1 and 2 of the skydiving jump.
Ready to
There's
go.
Slick Rick right there. I jumped out of an airplane with a parachute. There it is right here. And I'm up and away. Anastasia, Sergio, Maestro Matt Sweeney, and Liz all jumped with me. There's the pride of Ukraine.
Under the
Right out of the
cloud.
plane. That was to celebrate 150,000 subscribers. And believe it or not, we're at 190,000. 190,000 subscribers on our race to 200K. So if you want to watch those 2 videos, the only way you can do that is to be a member of the live stream. $4.99 gives you access to those videos, access to some extra content, some custom emojis. We're just minutes away. While we're doing that, let's go and play you a special spot here. How cool would it be for you and your group to star in your own poker show? This unique experience will be available to view forever via your own private YouTube link. The Lodge Card Club is the largest poker room in Texas, home to the world-renowned Lodge Livestream, which boasts 4.5 million monthly viewers. Your amazing experience will include a professional dealer, an excellent videographer, a graphics technician, a world-renowned commentator, and of course, you, the star, along with your group of up to 9 players and up to 2 guest commentators. Email slickrick@thelodgepokerclub.com. That was about 60 pounds ago. Slick Rick, we need to do a new commercial for the slimmer Rick. Players are getting mic'd up, minutes away from the redraw. Finalizing. I want to thank everybody who's joining us tonight. On this Saturday night, we will go as long as it takes. Why don't we go ahead and do a roll call while we're waiting here? Where are you tuning in from all over the world? I'll try to give you a shout out. Time for a roll call. Paul Intro, checking in from Vermont, home of maple syrup. Tex Paw, checking in from Elgin, Texas. There's the Lodge Cam. Look at all those smiling faces right there. Dwight's from Gerald. Hayden's from Dallas. Marty McKee from Breckenridge, Texas. Steve from Waverly, New York. Gord of the Fries from Flower Mound, Texas. Rod from Leavenworth, Washington. Robert Zamora from San Antonio. N. Natton from Austin. Hannah from Montana. Hannah, Montana. There you go. I love that. Guy from Canada. There you see the new table here and their stack sizes. Brandon Phelps from Hobbs, New Mexico. George, the Animal Steel from Venice, Florida. Gene Davis from Longview,
Oh, that's off the table.
Washington. And cards are in the air. Thank you for waiting that 8 minutes.
That was from the 9C, yeah.
Stephen Reisman checking in from Bluffton, South Carolina. Amber Lou says, go Ethan.
5 and 6.
Jed from Singapore. Lee from Auburndale, Florida. Thank you all for tuning in. So some new players here. Looks like the chip leader at this table is Derrick by far, 518,000, over $500,000.
Okay.
Windbacker from Waco, Texas. Just up the road. About 90 miles.
I'm gonna do it.
Casey's going all in. Just got to this stream table. And there's the
I
call.
might have a gambling problem if I am really good with 8-9. It's one of my favorites.
This is for Casey's tournament life.
You're live.
It's alive.
Needs some help.
It's wet now.
8 or a 9. Or a spade.
The glasses are lucky, thank you.
Runner, runner.
I didn't put them on. They're back there. But
For Casey, she hits her flush and stays alive and gets the double up.
thank you.
Nice aim.
Thank you. Oh, it's like an infomercial. But wait, there's more.
So quiet here.
21 players will get paid.
You guys need to do the dealer
I
no
tried.
deal lighting. The dealer no deal lighting.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, you guys are more talkative than the last group.
Yeah.
I tried, but no one was.
Nobody was feeling it.
No takers, huh?
No.
Walter kind of looks like a Cam Mixon look-alike. A little bit. A little bit. The hair, the beard. Ian wakes up with crabs, which is never a fun thing to do. Fives are good here for Terry. How about that? Turns a boat, does Ian. Those crabs paying off. But Terry's going to fire out thinking fives may be good here. Bet 17,000. Ian, what is he going to do here? Is he just he's just going to flat call this with his boat? So it's going to be heads up. It is a king on the river. There we go. Check mark for Ian.
Nice hand.
Nice little 100,000, 130,000 chip pot.
That hurt.
As Terry makes the river call, thinking his fives were good there.
So short. It was too short.
I didn't see. You showed an ace right there.
And we're going to wave goodbye to Damon the Tatted One and say hello to Lauren.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Lauren is one heck of a pickleball player. There you see the outer tables.
Hi, Lauren.
Bill Foster checking in from Hot Springs Village, Arkansas. How are things in Hot Springs? How hot are the springs? That's what I want to know.
Further from the cards, and they're small.
I know. Plus, over those seats, you have to like break your neck to see what's going on.
To see, yeah, they need another, at least maybe a small one.
Is there something over there to look?
Pretty
Oh,
awkward.
There must be. a
We can
reason
see the
why, though.
reflection.
yeah.
Okay.
That Bill will read backwards.
Yeah, that's how I'm able to see
62 players.
the cards that you guys have. It's the reflection. I'm kidding. It's way too far.
There you see the outer table action. Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack. They're going to chop that up. Great work with from our camera folks. That was Baylor. Man in the camera, just like Eyewitness News. Doing a fantastic job.
From the system. Oh, you mean our stream names?
Yeah, you
like,
want, they didn't take your name?
Nope.
Oh,
or,
man, you
or
should tell them,
street.
man, they want
Give us
stream
street
names.
cred.
Or like chip stack size.
They have
He
that.
did count that.
They calculated
Yeah,
that?
they
Oh, is that what they were?
Yeah, they counted your stacks. But maybe the dudes, they're just
Street
making
cred.
up
I don't
names for
know.
you.
I think
Probably,
it would be
yeah.
like
They're going by your caps. The king.
Billy Brown. How you doing, Billy?
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it is a good one.
The penguin one.
So we got the word from Bill Foster. I asked him, how hot are the hot springs in Arkansas? He says, you can't stay in them very long. I mean, are they burning hot
Just take some of those. You'd have to read
or
them.
like a hot tub? All in here,
Would you ever,
Big Slick
where is it? Trying to remember in Vegas, there's
from Stuart. This would be for his tournament life.
is a light green.
Really?
You could put the greens in the two. Yeah, so
Okay, I
if it's a
have
weird.
Nobody makes the call.
for the stream. I want to be known as the anticipator. Because if you need Advil, I probably have it.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't think that'll fit on the thing for the screen.
And I have to come up like a personalized tag with
Yeah.
7 digits.
And Pater doesn't really shorten that.
Yeah,
Keep trying.
I'll work on that.
We'll workshop, yeah. There's got to be a dry erase board we can workshop.
You guys are more talkative.
There you see the payouts. First place going to win over $15,000 today. Not a bad day's work if you can get it. And a very beautiful trophy.
8 raises to 18. 9 folds. 1 folds.
Lucinda with a very descriptive heat monitor. Pretty descriptive. Pretty much says it all.
It's as simple as that.
Always loved your videos. Thank you. Yeah, they were very well done. Appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
How?
You sit back, you pick your spot.
Sure.
But I love 8, 9 of spades.
Oh, I get it. I'm not saying you were wrong for doing it. Obviously, it worked out. I'm just saying.
I mean, I could have been.
I'm just saying. It's funny, like, sit back in the weeds, pick your spot. Nope.
Okay, so I was also already in for 16.
Yes, 100%. That does factor.
You know,
Absolutely.
this is poker math, sir.
Oh, absolutely.
It's different than regular math. I won't pay $35 for those sandals, but I will call 300 on a flush draw.
I love it, yeah.
And everybody at this table knows what I mean. Except maybe not the sandals part.
We all have our version of sandals.
Yeah.
Raises to 20. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Walter is going to put all of his chips in, all in for 35,000. Stuart with ace queen. It's definitely going to be making this call. It's just 15,000 more.
3 calls.
Makes the quick call, and this is going to be for Walter's tournament life. Walter survived a couple times already. I take that back. Walter
And my money's on the 10.
is the other gentleman in seat 6 who survived before we had the
You got clubs, too.
redraw. And there's the 10 and the clubs for Walter. What a flop.
A long shot.
Stuart has some outs.
King.
Looking for a king or a queen. There's the king. And Stuart gets there with Broadway. And Walter is eliminated.
Oh, you met him. Second.
I'm a wizard, Harry.
No, you are.
Wow.
That was pretty sick. I can't wait to see the percentages on that one. I think it was
Magical,
like
sir.
less than
That's
one.
what I
No, you're
That's what I'm very
you're
fortunate.
runner. Yeah.
He picked up more outs on the turn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
That was a little spooky.
he only has,
He had 3 outs,
3
so
outs.
6%.
Pretty sick.
We'll be bringing another player into the studio.
Cards, right?
Under the lights.
Best hang on, I guess.
Yeah.
You were dominating.
Doesn't matter how you get there.
Looks like 25 remain out of 188 entries. Each paying $360.
And where's the Germinator?
Yeah, Texas Pawpaw. People who lose here tonight, they are not waiting around. They are leaving quickly.
Let's see what I got.
Oh yeah, I was in bad shape.
The girl things that come into my brain on a daily.
There you go. No reason to get fancy.
Nope.
There's the stacks at this table. Big stack. Seat 8, Derrick with $500,000. Ian right next to him with $356,000. Ethan 176. The short stack, Kacey with 70,000. She's got under 10 big blinds.
Doing the play-by-play.
Gotcha.
Then I'm fucked, yeah.
You could probably make him get a penalty.
Yeah, you totally could. All right, it's to me, right?
Place is packed tonight, folks.
I'll call.
Tons of cash games going on. It's a Saturday night, just a typical Saturday night here at Lodge Card Club. Action galore. Nobody waiting for a seat. Get you seated right away. Gut shot possibilities for Ian. Not going to want to take a shot at it. Timothy's 9s will be good.
Done a walk.
Yeah, I was out there earlier.
Well, I had to
Just a ton of players, ton of tables tonight.
Maybe this one will work. So it's even, Steve.
So what does your hat mean?
The penguin.
Just penguin?
The emperor
king?
penguins are the kings of the penguins family. I don't know. I just liked it because it had poker stuff on the bottom of it.
Oh,
And a
okay.
chip.
Lines are going to go up after this hand. We're still at 4-8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Blinds will be going up next hand. Ethan, a very unique way of wearing a sweatshirt. Never quite seen it like that. A trendsetter. Club possibilities for Ian. Both players don't mind this flop. Middle pair for Ethan. And Ian, on the button, is going to fire out 22,000. About a half-size pot bet. There's the call.
You have 4 blues?
3.
3?
Goes check, check. To the river we go. No club. So Ethan with the check mark with second pair.
Check. Check. Here's sixes.
That's him, bro.
It looks so promising.
Ah, it did look so promising. All those clubs. Hard to get a flush.
Yeah. I suck at making flushes.
Apparently, it's easy for her to get.
Yeah. Yeah. I just run around her flushes.
I said it's hard to get a flush, but not for you.
I am, well, that's because I'm going through menopause, so I get flushed sometimes.
It definitely didn't happen on the first table, I bet. Nobody said that.
Spades. 5 raises to 21, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Call.
9 calls. 1 fold.
Terry races here with the tanks, and Ian's going to make the call with ace-10 suited.
3 folds.
Tank's way out in front here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is all going in here. Top 2 versus a set. All the 10s are out.
Bet 10. Call.
Ian looking for an ace as there's the outer table.
Okay. I still got in good. Queen's full.
It's like
Queen's
aces.
full.
Just won that one. Let's see here, getting back to the studio here. Terry checked, and Ian bets out 30,000 with top 2. Does Terry raise here? Very wet board. 2 flush draws, a straight draw. But he's just going to call. There's a club, but it's now a boat for Terry. And he checks. All in.
Both ends.
Quick call. And Terry going to get full value there with that check on the river. Inducing the all-in from Ian. Why not? He had top 2. And a 301,000 chip pot. What a cooler for Ian. Flopping top 2. Betting the whole way.
No joke.
Cupcake is in chat. He won huge yesterday on his birthday on the stream. And was pretty lit on his birthday.
folds. Seven folds.
Almost tried to give it away.
8 raises to 25. 9 folds.
Late in the stream, but wound up winning. Believe over $10,000 yesterday, Cupcake.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Kacey with the snowman
4 calls.
is going to make the call. Kacey with under 5 big blinds left in her stack. Derrick with the overs. Gut shot possibility. Going to put Kacey to the test here. Not the best flop for pocket eights. She's going to lay it down. Derrick putting the pressure on with his huge stack. Cupcake, you know what I'm talking about. There was a hand there late. Had you lost it, you would have been down 2,000 instead. You wiggled yourself off the hook like a baited worm.
We're quiet now.
I was debating some.
23 remain. We're 2 away from the money.
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds.
Suited Broadway cards for Tim. Wearing a Queenstown, New Zealand. Where's Kiwi Colleen when you need her? Seat 1's wearing a New Zealand hat.
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Hand for hand. Might be hand for hand.
Still 23.
How many?
23.
Eight folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
'Stuart in the cutoff, reaching for raising chips.
3 raises to 24.
Makes it 24,000.
4 folds.
About a pot-sized bet there.
5 folds.
Just us? I'm going to have to fold.
7 folds.
Double down, sir. Double down.
Yeah, double down for sure. And
Shot by Lucas Film says, tuning in, love me some Lodge.
and I have to
Cannot
sit
wait
on
to
top.
bring
Yeah. It looks
Beavis.
Yeah.
Okay.
You double on the, and you get that ace, and for a split second, it looks good.
We will be playing till we have a winner. 23 remain. 21 is
9 folds.
where we start paying people. So 2 away from the money.
2 folds.
Don't know how long it will go. We are about an hour away from a break. Breaks are going to be 15 minutes tonight.
3 calls. 4 goes.
All in from Kacey with ace-jack suited. Good hand to go all in with just 32,000 chips. She's got just over 3 big blinds, and she puts it all in with ace-jack suited. And Derrick, the bully, with all the chips at this table. Big slick.
8 goes all in. 3 folds. Alright, showtime.
No, you're not supposed to have that right now.
Good luck.
Kacey in a little bit of trouble. But she got out of it last time with her 8-9 suited, so maybe she'll hit another flush here. Couple clubs
King or a club.
and a king could get her Broadway.
Very nice hand.
And Kacey is eliminated in 23rd place.
Thank you.
It is hard to get a flush.
Good day of poker for Kacey. Unfortunately, just out of the money.
Down to 22.
Now it should be hand for hand now.
Yeah, it should be.
Are we at 22?
Yeah.
So we will probably be going to hand it
I'll be
for
honest, I didn't
hand.
realize you also had clubs until.
Well, that means is each table
I didn't know
will
until
deal
now.
out a
I did
hand
not.
and
I thought it
wait
was like the cards are so far away.
until all tables are finished the hand before they'll deal another hand.
I did that to him. I was like,
The reason for that is while we're on the money bubble, no one table can just stall
Yeah.
and wait
And I figured you want to get closer than me.
to back into the money. So that's why we go hand for hand.
I was bluffing earlier, but I was like,
This is a one-day tournament, always is. The big one re-entry.
Like that.
all right, I am going to.
Truly blessing. How you doing?
Yeah, I was thinking
I
about
like
that.
the Hollywood.
I was literally going to say, if you rewatch this
No, I
hand-
rewinded. I'm like,
I used to
dumb
do-
shit. Obviously, when you
Yeah.
when you have a little stack like this, and let's go like this, you have a hand.
when you rewatch that on the stream, you're going to see.
Okay, I'll call your 20.
Yeah. Oh, no. I guess I'm all in.
And then the 9 comes out, and you're like, oh.
Yeah,
What the heck?
it works.
Oh my God, it's getting worse and worse.
Skull Mike's still in this
How do I
tournament
play this hand?
on one of the outer tables. Has a ton of chips, late regged. I mean, I'm talking minutes before.
Guys, please listen up for 1 second. We're hand for hand. We're going to play a hand simultaneously. As soon as your hand is done, we're going to wait for all the tables to conclude. If you get an all-in and a call, do not turn the cards over, do not rip it. And pretty much we'll play till we knock out one person. So go ahead, first hand.
Any offer?
Thanks, Mike.
Okay,
Wow.
Ruthless.
I tried.
I know, it makes it so
There's
much
Brittany
easier.
in a extremely colorful jacket. I like that jacket. Or they call it a blazer,
Just fold to me, let me.
I would guess. There's Skull Mike
Yes, sir.
in his sunglasses, looking right at you, saying, hi, folks. Hi, Chatsville.
Hey, Rich, we'll do that at the main next year, man.
You guys play this year?
1 fold.
Seniors broke some records, too.
I did the seniors.
Yeah?
Yeah, did pretty good.
Were there multiple seniors?
Well, there's the super senior,
Right.
and
Okay.
then there's the,
I thought there was like a seniors high stakes.
there is,
Oh.
25K, I think, or 10K.
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. Hand is complete.
So I shouldn't try that a second time, is that what you're saying?
It would be hilarious if you did. I would love to see that. Because I think you'll psych him out more than anything.
Hand for hand.
The women is.
Player
He's like, I'm on this
Tables.
level, you're on this level. Am I?
will deal a hand, wait for all tables
You
to
didn't
complete.
It could have been gone on the pre-flop.
Yeah, the money could have gone in pre-flop, so.
Definitely on the flop. Hey, Rich. How are the cookies?
All right.
A good choice.
Yeah,
On the table over there?
yeah,
I had a couple of them. They're really good.
they are.
Yeah, we were trying those
I like to try
cookies with
those
the
too.
chocolate in the middle of them.
Oh, okay. We're talking about the homemade ones.
Oh, I haven't tried those. Are they
Pretty
good?
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Let's run.
$21st place will earn $677. 22nd place gets nothing. Good day, sir. You get nothing at 22nd other than a great day of memories.
Three folds. 5 calls.
7 folds.
Now you're doing her job.
What does 8 do?
8 concurs with 7.
9 folds.
And we're back to 1. We'll help her narrate. I don't think she needs help, though. Give me that dirty look.
1 call.
Oh, I was going to say, is that a Team Red Bull Racing shirt?
Yeah.
I just saw the car design that it came out with. Did you see
That'd
that?
be 23 or
What, I
22 right now, so.
have no idea. Apparently, did they? Was their first year? Yeah.
1 check.
Is that their first design? I don't really know. I don't know much about F1. I have a good friend of mine who loves
Yeah, it's
F1.
the middle of the season. They're about ready to
But I did see
take
there
their break.
wasn't there like an article that Red Bull designed like a new like a new car.
Yeah, they just lost their big designer. He quit.
Ethan's an interesting guy. Wears a sweatshirt, interesting, and checks with just a tap of his forearm.
Made a bunch of enhancements.
Doesn't like to touch the table, just touches his forearm and says check.
Really? That's Dell, right? That's Dell sponsors.
Terry bets 32,000. Now Ethan, with a gut shot and bottom pair, will have it to decide what he wants to do here.
Two raises, 80.
Well then.
Ethan decides to raise here with bottom pair. Terry won that huge pot with the boat when he flopped a set against top 2 pair. Now it's 48,000. He's got a ton of chips. He could easily make this call, but he's just got middle pair, ace kicker.
You've got to have a tight range and a good range.
5
Good
folds.
bet, sir.
And Ethan going to take down that pot.
Like a queen jack.
Yeah, tighter than that.
Nice bet there by Ethan.
I forgot what we were doing.
Yeah, hand for hand.
I forgot we were on hand.
Yeah.
I was taking a break.
And you just
But yeah, maybe
take some time for yourself.
Every hand dealt, they'll take
Been a nice hand there.
some minutes off the clock.
That's a pretty good one. in that
I think he had a
situation.
big pair, ace king. But what do I know?
You'll find out like half an hour, or whenever
right.
whenever you.
It'll be on ESPN.
34. 5 folds.
Poker go. You can do better than that, Lauren. I mean,
I'm not trying hard enough.
that's it. You're not trying.
Gotta work out.
It can't be a last-second victory unless you get down to the last few seconds.
Ian puts his hoodie over his hat and has some suited Broadway cards. 40% to a royal flush in his hand. Raises to 20,000. Ethan with the ducks just made a great play on the river. On the last hand, now he's rewarded with a pocket pair.
All in.
And he goes all in with his ducks. Starting to make some moves in the quick fold from Ian and Ethan. Making some moves here. And all of a sudden, he's got 325,000 chips.
Hey, those chips are for the players, fella. I say those chips are for the players.
Derrick, by far the chip leader at this table, 600,000. Short stack is Richard, trying to hold on and get into the money.
That's the nice man.
With under 10 big blinds.
Really? You really wanted me to?
8 raises to 29.
These backs don't recline. No, they don't. It's all right. Mom used to tell me to sit up straight. And Mom,
The out of table, a good shot of Skull Mike there. Looks like we may have a situation brewing on the outer table. KB, who was in the studio just a few moments ago, involved in that hand.
All in.
All in with Big Slick from Timothy. Making a move here. On the bubble. No one wants to be the bubble guy. Stuart folds his pocket pair. And Timothy's going to make it work.
How many minutes per hand do they take off? 2 minutes on the clock? So we're going to be in the next level.
Every hand, they will take 2 minutes off the clock.
They take 2 minutes off per hand, we play.
Yeah, but they haven't taken it off.
They haven't taken it, you're right.
We ready to go?
What are they doing? Are they even playing out there?
Ethan with another pocket pair. Last time he was pretty aggressive with his ducks. Let's see if he's going to be as aggressive with his sailboats. Going to fire out 25,000. And Stuart with a suited ace-10. Going to make the call. Doesn't want to put in that blue chip. You get a blue chip, you like to have that blue chip. It's kind of worth more than 5 orange chips. Actually, it's not, but in your mind, it could be. Heads up, Ethan with the sailboats.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Problem with
For a long time.
playing with a low pocket pair is it's very tough to play post flop.
They'll pay the bubble.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody.
Stuart flops aces, and let's see what Ethan does. He was the razor pre-flop. A down bet, just a min click of 10K.
One by But yeah,
Stuart
we'll redistribute.
smells something fishy going on.
Notice that.
Another club. Nobody with a club in their hand. Let's see if Ethan uses this now. Now it's to Stuart a chance. And it goes check, check. So we'll go to the river. And now let's see what Ethan does after the check turn. He says, I've got showdown value.
No club.
I'll just call. And a large pot is averted. And it went check turn, check
Really?
river.
That's why I checked.
You say you thought you did? Oh, wow. That makes sense.
Can't look at it. I'm already in the hand. That was my mistake. Would have played that differently.
Ethan admitting to the table that he thought he had the 4 of clubs in his hand.
Played that bad.
That's happened to all of us. I was going to stick around. I mean, it makes you feel any better.
You can't call 3 streets, though.
Well, I was like, part of the reason you're sticking around is because the way he played it, thinking you turned to
That's true.
He didn't put the pedal down.
Raises to 20. Three folds. 5 calls.
We are currently on the money bubble of the Big One re-entry, a monthly tournament here, $360 buy-in, 188 entries today. Prize pool over 50,000. Up top, 15,462. That's what they're playing for, in addition to a beautiful trophy. Two pair for Derrick. But it's Terry who's reaching for some chips.
5 bets, 35.
Terry's going to make about a half-size pot bet here. Derrick going nowhere.
90,000.
Going to raise it to 90,000. Terry will exit and say, I was kidding. I was just kidding. And the chip leader at this table is going to continue stacking chips.
I don't have my watch or my phone. Oh.
I didn't win this morning.
Yeah. I forgot this morning. Give the time.
It is.
I thought that sounded like 6 o'clock or something.
Yeah, no.
phone,
I wish.
No watch, no nothing.
It'd be nice if it was a little bit earlier.
Pilgrim. Oh.
It's really good.
Okay.
Next hand, yeah, there was like 40 seconds. 2 raises to 20.
Stuart contemplating what to do with his ladies here. Looks like he's just reaching for calling chips. No, here comes the raise. Looks like 50,000. Watch out here.
How much was the raise?
8 4, 9 4.
Little creeper.
All in.
2 goes all in.
What a sick spot. Oh, man.
All in from Ethan. Stuart can't fold his queens, can he? This would be for his tournament life. On the money bubble. Third best starting hand in all of poker. He makes the call.
Don't show just yet. I've got an all in and a call in here.
Right on the bubble.
All right, showtime. Go ahead.
All right, they're going to show the cards.
You're way ahead.
Ethan's got to turn his cards over.
Yeah, can you guys sit down? Sorry, I texted the camera.
Huge pot, 413,000. Ethan picks up some more outs, looking for a 7 or a 5. 7 or a 5. There's the 7.
Really?
Are you kidding me? And Stuart
That's so disappointing, but good game, y'all. Good luck.
has been eliminated on the bubble with pocket queens, and we'll have a story to tell. And a huge pot for Ethan, who thought he stepped in it
I
there.
didn't want him to call. I want him to fold. He was 3-betting me light earlier, and I was like, I'm just going to use that against him and 4-bet him.
Ethan taking a victory lap here.
I'm surprised he
He
didn't.
wasn't happy with it.
I mean, he should be snap calling there, but
He should.
when he tanked that long, I was like, he just had like ace queen.
I thought he had like a, yeah, I was thinking he was going to fold like
Yeah,
ace king.
I thought he was gonna
And the
fold
money,
there.
so now we can get the hell
Like
out
ace
of
queen
here.
should fold, but like
Have an evening. 9 o'clock already.
8s and 9s probably fold too. So I fold out a lot of shit there. Not queens, obviously.
So everyone now is in the money. 21 remain.
Yeah, totally will.
I feel an all-in coming on here.
Well, any two cards will do now.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned.
ATC.
Min cash is 677. So 19th, 20th, and 21st will get 677. 16th through 18th will get 778. 13th through 15th, 902. 10th through 12th, 1,043. And then we'll have the final table with the winner. Going to make 15,462 on a day's work.
And I want to go see what chat said. When they see that hand, I want to see what chat said.
I mean, it's. I'm
No,
doing
it's just
it.
sick.
We're on the stone bubble. I cover him. It's like.
Yeah.
you know.
You're leveraging your position. It's just interesting. It's just
Yeah.
you'll go crazy when bad beats like that happen.
I mean, they'll probably say he should have called quicker.
Yeah.
Even on the bubble, it's just All right, my range is pretty tight there, but I either the nuts or bluffs. That's what I wanted to. It's like one of the hands I bluff with.
That was such a sick flop too.
I know. I saw a flop. I was like, one time. Please and thank you.
I think you just triple your outs on the flop.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, 5 or 7.
Looks like we're going to have a new player joining us in the studio.
Who's it going to be?
Player.
21 players remain. Blinds are now 6,000, 12,000, 12,000.
They should let us go be able to pick who comes
Out
in.
of everybody?
It's like he chipped up, man.
Me?
They pick you? Yeah, they must owe you a lot of money or something.
That's right.
Like it.
Right.
Richard in seat 7 is the short stack, just 6 big blinds. Look for him to shove. Rich, I've known Rich for a number of years.
Complete redraw.
Good guy, loves to lodge.
I think.
King.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
9.
3 raises to 30. 5 and 7 fold.
How many outs did you have? 1 or 2?
30.
What's that?
To get your stack.
What's that? No, I was always ahead, dude. I'm always ahead.
30% is not ahead.
I'm always ahead. Sir, I need a hand.
Show some courtesy.
Heads up.
I was watching Derrick do some sick bluffs. That's what I was.
What?
What?
Wait, you
What?
bluff?
That's
one.
crazy.
Top pair here for Jack.
It was a semi-bluff.
2 pretty big stacks going against each other.
I think I was the victim.
Jack just getting here,
35.
taking a seat, getting top pair on the flop.
I was trying to like, I was like, you know, we're only 2 from the bubble. Trying to, but I was like, it'll be too obvious if I say it out loud.
Right.
Looks like about 60,000 is the bet into 160.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
What was it about?
I think the colors mixed up.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Those damn sunglasses.
That's true.
Sneaky.
It almost worked.
Keep an eye on him.
It's super intense in here on the bubble. It's like outside.
Yeah, we're all chill.
It wasn't as bad. I thought it was going to be more intense.
Looks like we got an all-in. That might be Skull Mike right there. He's not for his tournament life. He's got pocket eights versus queen 10. Pocket eights are good so far. Pocket eight's good for Skull Mike, and he eliminates a player. Skull Mike with a ton of chips.
He opened, and then he was trying to, trying to put the hammer down. And
Was the guy, what did he call it?
Queens.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is pretty sick.
I flopped the gutter. and
River
then
deception.
river-
All in from the short stack, Rich, with pocket tens.
he flopped the
pocket
gut shot to go with
way to
the,
go out.
That's a horror.
Oh, yeah, it would open ended.
was it open?
Good move, dude.
No.
That was gutter. It was a gutter ball.
Yeah, it was like 3-4. It was like.
I was trying to make a play. I got caught.
So there was none of those.
No, it was like 3-4-6.
I mean, we already knew
You needed
that.
the fire.
We already knew that coming in here. They made it this far.
Rich is going to survive.
5 or
Get him
6.
out.
Pick up the blinds.
7. He hit the 7 on the river. The river. That was the cruelest part, because it was on the river.
Was
Hit a
the 7?
7. Everyone was looking for the 5.
You're right. Yeah.
I'll take a 7. I'll take a 7.
Odds were better for a 5. Oh, we lost one out there.
Pretty sick
All
way
right.
to burst on the bubble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that was
pretty
a sick part. Considering how deep he was, is also great.
Yeah, he had like 14 bigs. No, less. No, he had like 12.
Did he? He had like 180, didn't
Did he? Oh, maybe I miscalculated then.
Why didn't you rip it?
18
I
bigs.
tried to do some work
He
too
was trying to
outside,
play
but
normal.
I doubled the guy up instead. So I had eights against ace king and river and ace.
Gotta make some
Classic.
moves.
Let's see what happens.
And after I was like, I'm done. You guys on streamer better take care of business.
The best is when you get like a bluff through and then you immediately get to move tables, like right after.
Did
Or like you like double up off someone and you just get immediately.
VW Bug, thank you for all that you do. Have a great weekend. Derrick with the hockey sticks this time, and Ethan with King 10 will make the call.
Gotta be careful.
You do.
As Damon is coming back. Looks like we've got a two-dealer rotation tonight. Damon and Lauren. Ethan, top pair here. But you never want to get too tangled with somebody with more chips than you. And all three of these guys are the big stacks at the table. Middle pair for Jack comes along. And we got three ways to this turn.
Two bets. 33. Three folds. 8 folds.
And Ethan
I'll get to see you later.
takes down some more chips.
Well, take a guess.
And millions of people around the country may try to wear
The fuck?
a sweatshirt
Leading 7.
like Ethan.
On a king queen board, yeah.
Oh, sure, because of course you have a king, right? When you leave
If he
out.
continues to win pots.
They can't.
Damon the Tatted won the hot dog eating wonder. Back in the box. Takes over for
Big blind option.
Is that good?
They can all show.
Lauren.
They can show up.
I can easily have a king there.
True, they can.
So easily have a king there.
Especially when you're
I could have ace.
river.
No, you can't.
What did you guess he had?
I said he had, I was joking, he had sevens.
the meetup game coming up.
I knew
Less
I-
than
you-
2
you-
weeks.
this guy did.
We'll see you in San Antonio on Friday the 26th. There you see the chip stacks.
That's some weird shit.
I'm gonna get caught
Big
by
stack
guy.
at this
Yeah,
table
I'm
with
gonna go
51
around
big
and
blinds
do
is
some
Derrick.
sketchy stuff.
Short stacks are Ian and
Tried to get it
Rich.
like 3 times.
Seats 9 and 7 are the short stacks. Look for them to
I've learned my
I feel like
lesson.
we
be
talk
pushing.
more outside the poker table
Shop by
than on the
Lucasfilms.
poker table.
You can go on our website and
I'd be shocked. I've trusted everything he's done.
purchase a hoodie and a hat.
Trust.
It really is. Camaraderie.
Have I built enough up
I'm
with
I'm
you?
feeling a lot of trust with
That's
you.
good.
Yeah.
Did I show you any real hands?
No, but I got you right where I want.
All in, ace jack suited Ian.
Good luck, Ollie.
Good luck.
101,000 chips.
One of many.
Easy. Is that 3 blues over there? That's not.
Yeah.
My blinds will be affected. I will need if 6 seats coming in.
Oh, oh yeah, look, we
You
lost
get a
2.
free one.
Can I order a blue
We
moon
lost 2.
for you, Damon? Or
Down to 18.
We're down to 18.
Down to 18 players.
We'll get it water.
Battered up already, too. Nice.
So we should have one.
We'll be down to 2 tables.
No, she said it's free.
A studio table and an outer table.
Yeah.
Break a table and then we're going to get full tables down to the final 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a great shot of
Obviously.
some of the production folks.
You're probably bad angle then. That's what they need a monitor up there.
Someone's coming in.
Yeah,
Should be
2.
2 of them coming
No,
in.
like just the angle.
I was just getting used to spreading out here.
I know. And you're such a big guy.
Clock is paused. We're about 19 minutes from a break. Break will be 15 minutes
Why do you
long.
have to tell me that?
350 people.
We'll play
watching
some
right now.
new
If you
clips
do something, they're gonna comment.
that we
Down the
put
blue
together
There's probably more now.
No good.
during the break.
The one where you said, I was bluffing, you're talking about the King Jack hand?
I think it was yeah, like ace 10 or something.
You might be getting
maybe.
called
Maybe it was
by a
King Jack.
director for your acting skills.
I was just
Was it
scrolling
against the
through
girl?
it.
Was it the girl, the short set girl?
It was
can't let go of that,
eight.
can you?
She had an ace
She
high?
had 8.
I know it's
Oh,
traumatic.
Eights.
I
And
know
then
it's
it was,
traumatic.
Well,
it was
my
like
problem
7, 9.
It was like
And then
slow.
keep my chips.
You were just
It was
playing. I'm
slow
like,
and
this guy-
painful, right?
You let go of my
Yeah, it was.
I didn't think I thought, I was like maybe ace high.
That was it. That was
What, I
it.
haven't made
That was it.
anything out of
I
them?
knew she wasn't going to want to go
But then
broke.
there was another hand too.
Watch.
No, it was
Deal.
You were just playing good. It was good.
I was like,
it was good. It was good poker. It wasn't like,
Nothing crazy.
yeah. It was mad respect.
564.
Welcome, Mike.
Looks like Skull Mike might be in the studio.
Who's massive?
I just heard Skull Mike's voice through my headset.
Mike, you're muted.
So he might have been moved into the stream table with 2 tables left. And there he is.
What you got here, Mike? Do we have a count on Mike or do you need Mike? 257. Okay, 257. 257.
The buy-in for this tournament, $360. There's Skull Mike.
This is my spot, right? Yep. Cool.
And he was spun up.
Like it's not really made for like right-handed people.
Yeah,
I'm
now
gonna
I
be, I'm gonna
gotta.
be in your space.
Yeah, I'm.
You get your
this,
box
this is
out?
weird. I gotta.
Are you never you still ever having to use the middle spot, or were you using?
I'm gonna have
no,
to
I'm
chip
good.
on the right.
Yeah, mine's on the right too. So
Weird for me.
that's what it is.
He's in
Yep.
between the buttons.
It's weird for me.
You can get in his space. He doesn't.
Yeah, but I'm on my. Yeah, this is better. This is better.
So 2 new players added on to this
My sensor. Jesus.
studio table. one being Skull Mike. We know a little bit about Skull Mike. Skull with 233,000 chips.
All in.
All in with the sailboats. And he's going to win the blinds. He was in the big blind. Pushes all in there. He'll win the small blind. Skull now with 288,000 chips.
200 in blues?
Yeah. Josh, another new player to the table with 564,000 chips.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, Just thinking about the hand you're talking about.
Cupcake rewatched last night's stream and confirms that I was correct. Well, thank you, Cupcake. Either way, you won big. And happy birthday.
Raise 24 from 3, 24,000. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Just two of us? I fold.
Just us.
Jeez.
You can make
Easy decisions.
You can make trips.
Deuce, deuce.
Deuce.
Rich with just 63,000 chips, by far and away the short stack at this table. He's in seat 7.
There you go. And those of us in for 2 bullets.
Yeah.
In the profit.
That's right. In the
What's
black.
for dinner?
18th place gets $778, so everyone chipped up a little bit.
Those snacks are
That's
getting
plus
pricey.
EV, right?
16 through 18 gets $778.
I was like,
Nah,
I
I-
can eat $45 worth of jerky in one day.
I got 2 bananas.
They don't keep
So those are my
the jerky.
expenses.
I know.
That'd be
Yeah.
nice, though.
That'd be real nice.
Were they right?
They were. I actually prefer them to be a little underripe. I know we're close, so it's not entirely your fault, but make sure you're protecting.
Oh, okay.
Profitable by 50.
I didn't quite see. 25.
So raise to 25. 5 folds.
I'm buying the wrap.
Huh?
I think I need one. Okay.
It's fucking cold in here. Not as cold as the outside, but
It's nice in here. It's not bad.
it's better than over there, I will say.
Oh, like on that side of the room.
Yeah. Always fucking freezing.
25. Thanks.
They ought to let you into
Worth a
that.
shot.
Based on your good looks, right?
3 more.
Yeah, 30,000.
Josh, top pair. Derrick with the wheel draw. Realizes if he hits, he could win a huge pot. So he's going to make this call. And we're going to go to a turn. Derrick looking for a 4-ball corner pocket or an ace. Ghost check, check. So Derrick's going to see a free one. No way Derrick can be thinking of making this call. He, with ace high, no kicker. Gonna lay it down. Rich on the button here, just gonna need to make something happen here with just 57,000 chips, under 5 big blinds. It's gonna be able to make it several more hands without having to worry about putting money in it, in the pot. But still, Skull Mike wakes up with crabs. Gonna make it 30,000. Let's see what Rich has. Doesn't have enough to make the call. Skull's gonna add some chips to his stack. Ten minutes till break. 18 players remain. We will go until we have a champion. When we come back from break, the blinds will be 10,000, 15,000, 15,000.
What was it? 24?
24.
Got it?
Yeah, I've never understood. It feels like a real design flaw.
Where's the WD-40?
I don't even know if it's WD-40. I'm wondering if they're like meant for hardwood or something.
That's like nails on a
Weird.
chalkboard.
Yeah. Or lower.
I apologize.
No, I think it's a tactic.
Yeah, don't tilt the opponents.
Top pair for Tim here with 10-3 suited. Gonna ship it for his remaining 101,000.
Thanks, Rich.
Nut flush possibilities for Jack. This would be for about almost a quarter of his chips if he makes this call. But a chance to knock out a player.
102. Call.
Makes the call. Big pot here. Derrick gets
Put a 9. Don't put a 9.
out of the way. So this is for Timothy's tournament life. Hand number 55.
Oh, 9. Good luck on.
Looking for an ace or a spade. Doesn't come. And Timothy is going to get the much-needed double up
Good hand, Tim.
through Jack.
Nice hand. Big blind special, huh?
294,000 chips go Timothy's way, and a little breathing room. Minutes away from a break. Breaks will be 15 minutes in duration. Minutes away from taking a little break. Terry is going to put it all in. Actually, that's Ian with ace-10 suited on hand number 56. And Ethan folds some spades.
Big count, please.
103.
Get it right.
I know, fuck, you know.
Jesus.
Can't believe it.
This would be for most of Terry's chips. If he makes this call, he'd have 38,000 chips remaining. But he's going to fold. And we'll go on to hand number 57. Great new felt. Advertising the Mega Monster coming August 1st through the 12th. Big shout out to Maestro Matt Sweeney for placing that felt tonight. He was working hard pre-stream. I love the little scratches on the both sides of the board square there. The bullets for Terry has about 11 big blinds. Skull will lay it down. Rich just cannot find anything to work here. Wants to shove.
Good luck, Rich. Good luck.
Fold.
Oh, he called.
Me
I heard
too.
him.
Me too.
Fucking
I was,
Folded your ass, so
I was calling so wide.
What was the problem?
not that wide.
Problem with that hand? Get it?
You can fold that one.
Problem with that hand?
E6.
I don't understand why I get fold it.
I'm not.
I don't get it.
I need a little equity.
Flop 2 quads, right?
Yeah,
don't
I wasn't
understand.
suited, so I had the chance to make 2 flushes.
You clearly have very high expectations.
2 flushes, 2 quads, 2 straight. I mean, possibly rounds.
Sorry, I can't call with bottom 4% of my range.
against 9 deuce.
Well, he was the one at risk. I mean, you're good.
With your stack? Making sure you're awake.
Yeah. You saw me on a moment ago?
Yeah.
I'm awake.
You're left-handed. It's perfect for you. This is I was like,
That's why they put me on the stream.
this is
12,
ideal.
keep the 12 in
You're
there,
like
Dan.
prioritize
Lefty.
left-handed people.
Okay.
Your bet. Yeah, go 18.
You've meant these for somebody else, I'm sure.
I don't know what that could mean.
Derrick with the Cowboys raises to 30,000, and Ian putting it all in with the tanks. Hand number 60. Here we go, folks.
Oh,
Both of them flash.
Both of those.
You fold
Not
that
great.
too.
I'm all in. That's great.
No.
And Jack with the aces. Are you kidding me?
Caught the wind. Sorry, school.
You're good. You're good.
Jack, loving life. Wants to figure out what he could get Derrick to call.
Cheapest spot, ticket in Wimbledon final tomorrow, going for 10 G's.
Just a call here
Last row, 10 G's.
with the bullets.
Nope. And I thought the F1 race.
There's one of the kings
10 G's last row.
Good luck.
in Terry's hand.
All righty. No, thank you.
So now it's back to the Cowboys.
it was 156. You said.
156.
Derrick may jam here.
All in.
He does.
Oh, shit.
And a quick call from Jack, and Jack's playing work to perfection.
Yeah.
Being cooler.
He has my 10.
And then 10.
Oh, and you got a 10 flash. This stream always does this, doesn't it?
Well, let's like.
Oh my goodness, aces, kings,
I
tens.
was even thinking, I was like, you're only flatting his.
Ian is already working his way out of the room.
Hey, disturbed.
Yeah, but I was like, I'm a little suspicious that he's not raising, he's not trying to isolate.
Ian grabbing a free snack on his way out, he says.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
I'm at least going to get a pack of Pringles.
I'm not
Sure.
Both y'all are all in, no matter what
Yeah.
the scenario is.
The stick hand. I'm standing up. Give me my 2%.
I'm
Give me my
kidding.
2%.
Sorry.
I can, guys.
listen,
Thank you.
I'm-
Thank you.
Oh, well played, well
Thank you.
played.
Thank you.
Well played.
Well played by Jack there. Just calling there and letting
Kings.
Derrick
I got diamond.
Or ace king.
Earlier on the stream.
go all in. I think there's one king left.
Full of 10?
Did you
Hey,
already
you saw it.
There might be one 10 left.
10-5. I got you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A 10 right in the window.
That's so.
Oh.
I was literally.
Ian, put those Pringles back. Sit down for a while.
Still need an ace. Still need an ace. I can't look.
I don't think
Put it out.
There's the king, the Case King.
That's just cruelty.
And aces are eliminated.
Thick room.
Ian is eliminated.
If you're gonna go out, that's how you're gonna go out.
And 850,000 chips go to Derrick.
Good game.
Wow. That's crazy, man. Dude.
Nice aiming.
That was the Case King, folks. Wow. And it looks like that will take us to break. Holy moly. What a hand. The tens thought he was home free with the triple up. And then the Case King on the river gives Derrick it all. Looks like we've got 11 minutes left on this break. I'm going to take a short break. We're going to play some clips from streams gone by. We'll be right back, folks.
Grace.
No, I'm
I
not.
was repping there.
I'm not in a folding mood here. I'm ready to play some poker. I already made my big fold.
And then what?
So then here.
I'm sure
Two
if I
for
could
you
do it,
and
I
one
guess.
for him,
Here you go.
Yeah, would have been
Brittany?
good.
I was almost good. I mean, shot through. I had no idea.
Yeah, raise.
So what?
Raise.
1,000.
I said raise and put a chip out.
She said 800, that's why I was making sure 1,000.
What the fuck, Anastasia? Pride of Ukraine, my ass. Sorry, Pink has told me I can motherfuck the people here.
Brady, can you update our banned players list?
You know what? Right now is the perfect time to ban me, actually.
Not you.
I am ready to go. Like, just like, you know how Ryan had that fight that got moved up? He transferred the ticket to me.
Like, oh, guys, actually, I had a fight, and now we're going to get out of here.
Yeah. He transferred that ticket
Flush
to me, buddy.
for Ryan.
Back to LA.
No, me and Tesla are driving. We got to get going.
Brittany, would you bring me, what is that? What?
Did Matt get you something? Was that Matt?
Can you imagine if Tesla had sevens there?
Where?
When I had,
Oh, yeah.
You probably would have sevens. I'd be like,
You would have said the same exact thing. You probably win.
Yeah.
There's nothing more tilting than when you call someone bluff and they just like show you bottom pair and you have ace high or some shit. Shit's happened to me so many times. So fucking tilt.
happens to me versus jungle all the time.
That happens to me so much. It's so tilting. Like, so tilting. I mean, I've had like I hero call someone with like ace 9 high and they're like, yeah, you're good, ace 10. I'm just like,
Ryan in great shape here, flopping the flush. Tesla 2-pair, no
What
good.
the most painful is when Professor Hero called me in Omaha with.
And now a greater 2-pair could cost him some money.
That's thick in Omaha.
Board is paired, Ryan stuck.
Wow.
Still time to go for value here.
Ace king high. No blocker, just, ace king high. What was I bluffing with? Ace queen high. Was on stream.
In
Why
Omaha?
did you flush over a flush Feldman there?
Although you would be sick to your stomach if you bet and get jammed on. Could go into check call mode. What will Ryan decide on doing?
He gave a flush. Maybe he had king queen of clubs.
No, I think he would have called quicker.
Oh, right. It would have called very fast.
Hold on.
Rips it.
All in.
And a snap call from Tesla that has Ryan worried, but he'll see the good news.
All right, you play it like that. So strong. All right.
216,000 back in the green, Rick.
Back in the green. Happy to be here at the lodge again.
It takes 4 seconds.
The smile's back.
The stories will
Literally
come.
10 seconds, I have the best hand, but when he snaps, I'm like, okay, you win, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Maybe we should name Ryan Traffic Light.
Fucking crushing us.
Wow, all right.
You know what Bulldog would give it to be up 30K? Like 330K.
I give a lot of money for that, let me tell you.
I should have left with Curtis.
That's funny.
I'd buy somebody a house.
It'll be a 30K, I'll tell you that much. Not big one, but you know, I have.
Florida, for sure.
And if you include yesterday, you'll buy 2 houses.
Yeah.
Me and the bet.
So I've not given up hope.
Last night when we were like going back, Ishan was still telling me I feel so bad for what I did to Bulldog. And I was just like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Until I'm not.
That one didn't bother me.
Tesla flops the set.
The hand was fine. The afterwards was totally unacceptable.
What was that?
It's actually the worst, one of the worst things I've ever seen someone do. Is
Ryan still with his nip button will come along.
Make himself feel okay
Ryan
about what
in
he
deep
did,
trouble
like,
here.
about it and saying sorry, and like this is fucking
Oh,
unacceptable.
okay, yeah.
Like you just sacked this guy for 100K. You do not get to put the guilt on him now. What the fuck is this
It was
shit?
5, 6 suited and kings. It wasn't like he was fucking around.
He needs to shut the fuck up and take the money.
Carving out raising chips.
Reaching for raising chips. Here we go.
It's poker. Shit happens.
Let's see if Tesla just flats the raise.
Do you agree with that?
100%. But you know what?
See if Ryan wants to blast off river. He does not, and this hand should be over now.
Like I feel bad being like, you fucking idiot, just be quiet. But like, you're 100% right. I mean, if I was in the Bulldog's shoes, I would have been like, please shut the fuck up. Like I would have said that.
I said that to him, and I was like, bro.
Yeah.
Targeting those king X's, diamond draws, etc.
That I can.
Tesla not interested in slow playing here. Out of position.
He's like, I really feel bad about that. I was like,
Little Hollywood here from the man from
Hollywood.
Shut up.
Don't see him
but some people.
continuing.
I'm so sorry what I did to you. Like,
Not enough to try and rebluff Tesla. Already way too much invested into this pot and only holding here ace high, losing to some of the bluffs.
Then have them be like, I'm really sorry, man.
Lays it down.
Tesla in the house. Tesla in the house.
Nip balls.
Called him that. Straddle, right?
If he was down, he was up. He's up.
So you want me to blast off? Get me stuck. Doug called me with king. I'd probably get fucking blasted.
I might have king.
You don't call me with king?
Fold the.
I run good. Like
Makes sense.
I'm not gonna apologize for not being tilted. It's very nice. They're always happy, goofy when you're blasting off, but when you're calm, like everyone's unhappy.
And then fine. I guess I'm
fine. Really had to twist your arm.
Fine. Gosh. Like I haven't really watched you play none, like online or anything.
I'm a big online guy.
But I mean, like watch TV.
I was just kidding.
Well, buddies were telling me about you and stuff. And
Top
when we sat down
for
the
Doug.
first day, I was like, holy cow. But today is like, that ain't the same guy.
Just depends on how I feel.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense.
I was chilling all day today, and then I got triggered.
Ryan looking for a 5.
I got myself back under control. When
Terrace has a pair.
Call me.
Getting the bluff through will do that, yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like,
he calls, we see a very
You
different
know what I mean, Alec.
Yes, I do.
If he calls there, we have a different game.
If he calls those chips.
Terrace is going to make it 20,000.
That would have been unfortunate.
Yeah, I would have hated it. It'd have been some.
So I said, why'd you buy a 1.5?
There's the call from Doug.
Like, well, I'm not tilted yet, and Doug's on my left.
Always a chance. On St. Patty's Day.
My dad's birthday today, actually. So I would like to,
Your lucky charms.
I'd like to win for my dad.
Yeah.
My dad used to watch me play.
Don't make it about your dad.
No,
Then I feel bad.
You like this, Doug. My dad used to watch all the streams when I'd play them. And then like a month ago, I asked him like, "Oh, did you watch last night?" He's like, "Hey," I had to stop watching. He's like, "I can only watch like after I know what the result is." Because he's like, it's too stressful to not know.
Oh, he's worried for you.
It's 300 or 500 or like. He said he can watch the losses once he knows like, I lost him.
Yeah. Like watch it in the moment, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
he's like in the moment. He's like when he's not sure if I'm just gonna get torched. He said it just came too stressful.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I can't imagine what that's like, but I'm sure it's like not fun feeling for him. Right?
Yeah, probably not.
Action to Ryan.
Kid play a sporting event, except a lot more high stakes.
Yeah. Probably what my parents are doing right
He's
now.
going to make the call.
Probably what my parents are doing right now.
3 ways
They won't be watching this. Too late.
to the turn.
My wife, she has no interest.
Yeah.
But not because she's too stressed about it. She's just like, she's like, poker's fucking boring.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
watch a bunch of dudes sit at the table like for 6 hours. You're like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna watch that.
Fair enough.
Let's see what Terrace does here.
Once in a while, like, she'll be like, when I get home, she'll be like, oh, the jacket you wore today looks nice. I'm like, oh.
Got some showdown value with his pair.
You don't want people saying nice call. You want people saying, oh, you look good today.
And there's the 5 for Ryan, right in the gut.
But like on a day like today, it's fun.
You like playing on stream or just off stream? Off stream.
I just like, I feel somewhat like when you're on stream, like you're tied to the table.
Like a brutal bet.
Bad taking like a 30-minute break or
yeah.
like if I just don't, like if I want to go smoke or something, you know, but off stream it's like I can just take a smoke.
Doug tosses in the chips.
Oh, wow.
What? You have 4-3 off? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable.
Would you have called 15?
He is a king.
Hey, it's king.
Can I take it back and make it 20?
Oh my God. How would you hit a 5 there? Wow.
I mean, check raise the river.
I don't know that that's even doing anything.
Nice hand.
What's the difference, 10 or check?
Wow. I thought,
30.
wow.
You don't know that.
Goofy's fading a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, saw Goofy and his friends out.
Yeah, he's got some boys with him.
Yeah, they were having fun. They just loved the stream. I think this is Goofy's first time ever on any stream of its kind.
It is.
Certainly the first time here at the Lodge from the Nashville area.
Trips once again for Bulldog. Tesla 2 pair.
Can he get any action here? There you go. Tesla is going to call. Now Tesla has a little piece of it, bigger piece than he had on the flop. Now Jackson 10s, Bulldog with the check mark.
Gets away.
Wow, Tesla.
Improves and still gets away. Nice laydown.
Right now, man.
We are back. Made it through the break.
We need to be on top of each other. For what reason?
Skull Mike with 21 big blinds. Derrick, courtesy of that last explosive hand, the last hand before the break, where he hit the Case King on the river to knock out 2 players.
What's the blinds?
And maybe the first player with over $1 million in chips. 16 players remain. We'll go till there's a winner. Bob Kacey Ariel, how you doing? Always good to see Bob Kacey Ariel.
Raise 30,000.
Skull going for a toothpick. One of his bourbon-infused toothpicks. And Rich finally picks up a hand, all in with the ladies. Josh with Big Slick for Rich's tournament life, and there's the ace.
Now, where's that Miracle Queen?
Rich needs a lady.
Not Queen.
Luck be a lady for Rich. No queen. And Rich is eliminated.
Good luck, gents.
Take care, Rich. Take it
in 16th place. He'll collect $778, and everybody else just with the pay jump.
That small, big blind. Yeah, he'll be coming into the 9 seat. 9 seat. My blinds are not effective. Am I waiting for him? Got it.
Down to 15. 13th through 15th place will get $902.
Because I got a dead button. We might put him into the 7.
And let's get a slow-mo of how Skull Mike goes for his toothpick. Opens up the glass vial, tilts his head back,
the big blind theater, and then I'm not
and gets a toothpick.
Okay, so that's what's going to happen.
Look like designer toothpicks.
He's known for that.
Yeah.
Are they the bourbon barrel ones?
Yeah, bourbon, yeah. That's cool.
Does it say what they're made from the state, like
I don't know exactly where. I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Looks like we're going to bring a new player in to the studio as Rich is going to call it a day. Good job, Rich, cashing in the big one re-entry.
A bunch of them in bulk or two.
Kenny Lamar, we don't start taking chips out until there's a final table. We need all the chips, the chairs in there until the chairman there cannot do her work until there's a final table.
Okay, so like $2 a unit, $3 a unit. Yeah. That's not unreasonable.
Have you been there, the Dalwhinnie distillery?
Yeah.
Really? I'd love to go.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Have you drunk it?
Mm-hmm.
And here comes the player.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's. I know very few
quick
people
wand.
try it who don't like it.
Which one?
Yeah, it's a Dalwhinnie.
Checking for electronics.
Oh.
You're going in the big blind.
You're the big blind.
Remember, I'm 4-seat. I just moved my chips to it. Just trying to space out a little bit.
Must be nice.
What? What's wrong?
I gotta give you some. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused by the blinds right now. What's
We
happening?
have a single blind.
Dead small.
Dead small. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. 30.
Raise 30.
Next break will be in about 2 hours, just about 10 p.m. Central Time here at Lodge Card Club. And there's that beautiful trophy. Look at that, with the red crystal right in the middle. That's one of the best looking trophies we've had.
Dude, that was sick.
I love that.
I heard about it. You had the Kings, I guess.
It was quite a show.
Especially because one of the 10s got mucked, like, was exposed after he was already all in with 10s, and he still hit a 10.
Pretty sick.
Don't know what Ethan has, but he will fold it. Graphics trying to catch up here. Ethan had pocket 5s and folded it.
Fold.
New player at the table. Ben with Queen 10 suited and gets a couple diamonds. Welcome to the table. Goes check, check. And Queen high. It's going to be good.
Jack, you're good. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Okay.
And Ben looks just about old enough to play at the Lodge Card Club. It is 21 years and older here at our club. And he looks just about that age, if I were to guess. If I were a guessing man.
A little more subtle with the fold, huh?
A little anticlimactic there. Looks like my chip shot.
I don't want to flip them over again. Once was bad enough.
Ben with some more diamonds. This time the ace-4 of diamonds. Timothy in the big blind, $20,000 to call with the Robbie. He lays it down, and so far Ben has won both of the hands that he's played on this stream table. Cheryl Spencer pops in chat. How you doing, Cheryl? Not yet to the final table. We've got 14 remaining. 188 entries, each paying $360. 14th place will get $902. First place will get $15,462.
Raise.
Oh, off the table. Or down.
I'm good.
Give me.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Who needs that deuce?
He's playing pineapple.
Who needs that deuce? Yeah.
All you.
Yeah, it was an improvement.
Stephen Pratt asks, y'all going to have any tournaments around November time? We always have tournaments every single day, at least 3 tournaments a day, but I don't know any big tournaments in November other than our monthly tournaments. This is a monthly tournament, this big one re-entry. The Art of Poker, also a monthly tournament, so we'd love to have you in after your deployment, Stephen. And thank you for what you're doing.
Old.
Thank you for your sacrifice. Where are you watching from, Stephen? Where are you deployed? Big slick for Tim in seat 1. Blinds 10,000, 15,000, 15,000. Ethan's taken a long time each decision here. King 6 suited on the button. And he's going to come along. Tim checks his big slick. And Ethan hits his 6. Let's see what Ethan does here. 150,000 already in the skillet. In position with 2 pair. Tim dead to an ace. Gonna fire out 35,000. And Tim's looking for an ace. Doesn't come. He may think his ace is good here. It is not. It goes check, check. And Ethan's going to win that pot. So Stephen Pratt is in Southeast Asia right now. Glad you're watching. What time is it over there right now, Stephen? It is about 10 p.m. Central Time. A little after 10. 10 after 10. Hoods are on. Skull Mike and Ben here. Let's see what Skull Mike has. He's got Queen 3 in the big blind. Says you can have it. So it's lunchtime on Sunday over where you're at. I get it. I don't know, man. I don't know my feelings on people who just cover their entire face in a poker. I just don't know how I feel about that. What are the limits?
Good luck, guys. Sorry, I was thinking.
Skull comes along with ace-jack suited. 3 ways to this flop. Couple clubs for Skull. 2 pair for Ethan.
Bet 25,000.
Ethan fires out 25,000. I don't think Skull's going anywhere. Just a question of what he wants to do. Looks like he's going to be raising here. 75,000.
75,000.
All in from Ethan. And there's the call from Skull. This is for Skull's tournament life on hand number 69. Skull needs some help. There's the club. He just needs to fade a 6 or a 3. And he does. And Skull's going to get the double up through Ethan. And the Skull Mike fans are going wild.
Good day, sir. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Skull now with 595,000 chips. Skull with that double up in good shape now at this table. As we looked like we had the chip leader, Derrick, leave to go to the outer table to balance the tables. I don't believe there's 14 left. I think the graphic hadn't caught up yet. And into the bunker comes our good friend Brendan, who was in this tournament. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you? How are you, Slick Rick? Happy to be here.
Doing great. We're going to get some expertise here. We're seeing some fireworks of late. Skull just hit a flush to double up.
Fantastic. Glad to see he's still in there. I'm fresh off a little bit of Las Vegas action. Got the tournament brain on my mind. And
did you play in the main event?
I did. Unfortunately, I am not still there.
Well, a lot of Lodge players, High, Mixon, Jaywin, all finished very good. Where did you end up finishing?
Just day 2, unfortunately, but it
go.
was really fun to watch all of those Lodge regulars run deep, especially Mixon over there on, I think, day 6. Everyone in the chat, I'm sure, already knows about that news.
Yeah. We're planning our trip out there. We were going to have a rail party for him.
Yeah, a lot of the dealers were really excited. Mickey was talking about going out to Vegas for the first time. I know that a lot of people were able to rail one of our dealers earlier in the series.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, I saw so many of them. So give the lowdown. What's going on in this tournament? Who's got who's got the control, who's been pushing people around.
Well, Derrick had the big stack, and he just got transferred to the outer table. Derrick, right as the breaks ended, going to break, he had pocket kings versus aces and tens, a 10 on the flop, and the case king came on the river for him, and he knocked out 2 players right as we went to break. So that got him over 1 million chips, but he has since moved onto the outer table.
Gotcha. It looks like about 12 left here, so soon going to be hitting the final table. I just got finished with a cash session, and I thought I might swing by, kind of close it out with you, see some of the most interesting poker. I mean, final table poker is some of the most interesting poker you can play. So many interesting dynamics, so much pressure, so many different stack sizes, payouts, all of that. So
Terry, with just 70,000 chips, that is about less than 5 big blinds, and he's sitting there in the blue hat right there, wondering any ace, and I'm putting something in, as we're going to wave goodbye to Damon, and he'll be back after Lauren deals some cards. And there's this table, the stream table, Josh, 53 big blinds. Skull, courtesy of that double up a couple of hands ago, now at 40 big blinds. 2 players under 10 big blinds. So Brendan, and we get a shot of the outer table there. Derrick there in the 9 seat, in the 8 seat, had over 1 million chips. I can't imagine anybody else has more than that. Looks like we just had Ace Jack beat 10s with a jack on the river. And that may be all in. And that may be it for that player. Dealer is going to make sure the count is correct.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with so many of these players here, but I'm really interested to see how Derrick wields that stack going into the final table, or at the final table, you know, imagining that he makes it there. But as for now, the final 2 tables is really also an interesting part. If you look at how ICM affects and how the tournament pressure affects how it changes throughout the tournament, the final 2 tables is actually the highest point. It's one of the points where you actually have to be the most careful, because you do want to make that final table. So I'm curious how people navigate that.
And each chip has a value on it. We're down to 12 players. 10th through 12th get paid $1,043. So we're starting to get into it with the ladders that would go through. First place gets $15,462 today, which is not a bad day's work. The buy-in was $360, so 188 players, 188 entries. Some players, multiple entries.
Big prize pool for this one. I imagine there's a lot of buzz because of the series and also the upcoming Art of Poker, which I believe is next weekend. Is that true?
Art of Poker, 6th anniversary special, $150,000 guarantee on that one. And looks like we've got another all-in Ace-10 versus Queens. Queens looking to hold, needs to fade an ace, and does. And it looks like we've got another elimination, and we're down to 11. Actually, we may be down to 10.
I'm out.
Looks like 6 inside the room, 5 outside the room, but one person is very short here, and we'll have to be all in very soon.
Looks like Skull has to leave to balance the tables.
They're just dropping like flies.
I believe we're down to 10. We are. One more player, and we'll have a final table. Skull will do musical chairs right now. He'll leave, and then hopefully come back for the final table when one more player is eliminated. So we've got 2 tables of 5.
You'll be right back.
Looks like average stack here is about 38 big, so he's sitting pretty coming into the final table. A couple people with 10, one person with 2.
Good luck.
It looks like they are all in here, and they're almost forced all in. Certainly with 2 big blinds, a queen high is going to be good enough. Ben's going to have to call it off with any 2 cards, and they're off to the races.
I would have been calling with 9-2 there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you would have had me crushed. Good luck.
Is that good? No? Is that okay? Okay. Do it now.
Trying to get the cards to read on the scanner. Terry's going, please, please, let's get it going here. So it looks like we've got Queen Deuce. We'll see the cards. 10-4, good buddy, for Ben. There's the 10. Terry needs some help.
There you go.
GG, sir.
Good luck, guys.
Does not get it. And we have a final table, and Skull is going to be coming right back into this room.
We doing another redraw, right?
What'd you call it?
Of course, any
Yeah,
two. And
any 2. I shouldn't have even looked.
10 highs and
Oh, yeah.
nuts.
Yeah.
You might have been ahead there.
Yeah.
So we're down to 9 all of a sudden.
No, I don't think he's ever ahead there.
Yeah.
And we will have now a final table.
Or they did, not you. It's okay.
As it may take,
Pay jump.
Is the final table 9 or 8?
9.
we may take a few minutes to get this
Take that.
situated.
Congrats, man.
Drew Collins says, hey, Slick McChicken Rick, why don't you play tournaments? Drew, I play tournaments every now and then. Come on, Drew.
I verified that. I saw him out there for the WPT 10K last year, day 2.
I was day 2 for that one. Here's the deal. I'm not a tournament player. I admit it, but I play them every now and then. You got to have too much patience for tournaments. I like cash games where I can leave when I want, and I can rebuy chips when I want. Payouts right there. There it is. 9th place will get $1,213 on up. Payouts are always pinned in chat. At the top of your chat, you can check out the payouts. But Drew, if you come to the lodge, I will play a tournament with you. And I will try to bust you. Just kidding, Drew. Come on to the lodge. We'll have some fun. James Galloway, the Waco Scrub in chat, says, Baby Ben for the win. Yeah, do you know, can we get a verification on how much over 21 years old is Ben? I want to say maybe 40 days over 21.
Used to be able to be 18 in this club until we started selling beer, but I believe, now it's 21, right?
Oh, it's 21. Mark Becker says, Ben looks like the kid in Big with Tom Hanks. You're right, Mark. That is a good call.
Believe I saw the Waco Scrub out there in Vegas. I believe I saw the back of his head while I was playing a win tournament that he was playing in as same one.
JS in chat, he was the gentleman with the ace. By the way, JS, I thought you played that absolutely perfectly. The check to induce the all-in by the Kings was glorious. Unfortunately for you, Derrick caught the case king. But I thought you played that well, sir. I know, and you have a story that you went out with pocket aces pre-flop of a tournament. Millions have said the same thing. So you're one of the many.
At least it wasn't the main event.
Yes, but it still hurts for JS. This could be JS's main event.
For sure, for sure. Do we know if any of the players were out in Vegas, had any great stories or anything like that throughout the summer?
We don't know that. I know Skull was out there. He played the main event. He made it to day 2 with you, but he He's home. Jacob Perry says, Ben is representing us young guys who were taught to play poker by our uncles at 10 years old. There you go, Jacob. Hey, I like the young guys. We need the young people to continue to play. Just, you got to wait till you're 21 to get here. Got a lot of people constantly saying, why is the Lodge 21? Well, we are 21 years old.
I believe the average age of players at the World Series is actually increasing. I believe the World Series is actually struggling to get people that are 21, 22, 23 out there. It's like gambling is something that younger people aren't as interested in, things like that. So people like Ben are welcome.
It was, it's interesting. I think it goes on, it's cyclical on, with regards, because for a while there it was, and then a big group of young folks got into it, and then they didn't. It's kind of goes up and down like that, but we have a large enough tent. We want to increase the size of the tent of poker. And that's why if you are a poker player and you're out there playing and there's somebody new at the table and they may be slow or they may make a mistake betting, be nice to them folks, because they are part of the future of this game. Stephen Pratt makes a good point that sometimes the young folks don't have the bankroll to be out at the World Series. Good point.
Absolutely.
But you know, getting back to new players, if you're at a table and there's somebody who's brand new to poker, we were all brand new at some point, but in order for the game to continue to grow and that we all love, show a little patience. I know it's not, sometimes it may not be the easiest when somebody's brand new to the game, but.
We had somebody at the 1-3 table who I think it was his first time playing. I'm surprised they just jumped right into the 1-3 streets. Bomb pot came around. That's super intimidating. Just jumped right into that too. But everyone was very nice at the table, I think, even though lost some money, had a good time.
Yeah. For the most part, Lodge players are very, it's a good family. We got a good family. Here's we go. This is the final table, folks. We will have the Chairmanator bringing chairs out of the studio. Derrick, 1.1 million. Also, Matthew, 1.1. The short stack is Timothy with about 11 big blinds. So, Timothy and Nicholas, let's watch for them as they get close to the shove mode. Skull Mike right in the middle with 44 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this dynamic works out. I mean, certainly Ben and Skull aren't too incentivized to get all in, as we have some 10 and 11 big blind stacks, those pay jumps looming. And while those things are, and while people are short, we have people like Derrick and Matthew able to, maybe raise a little wider, put some pressure on post flop. Curious how it plays out.
As a reminder, the chip values, the light blue chips are 25,000 and the orange chips are 5,000. I do not see any red chips yet. All in moment, first hand of the final table for Nicholas with the tanks. Will any of the big stacks be able to call him? And Nicholas is going to take down some blinds with some breathing room.
Nice takedown by Nicholas. One thing that's really interesting that I've learned very recently is that, especially on final tables, you can min raise off of very short stacks. I mean, there Nicholas only had 12 or 13 big blinds and pocket tens. It's certainly a hand that's strong enough. But as you get into 14, 15, you might consider min raising there. But certainly, I love the play by Nicholas to just jam it in, take down those blinds, and get some breathing room.
Ruthless. We found the ruthless one.
There's a lot of strategy in this game.
I don't like the tank. Production wants to, get
blinds 10,000, 15,000, 15,000.
Speed up your pre-flop action.
I'm playing pretty quick. I'm playing pretty quick.
There's a lot of 15-second folds. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're tanking.
This King 7 suited is a perfect hand to start raising up here. Ben decides to pass. But generally, a hand with that is both suited and has a high card is a perfect type of hand to consider raising on a final table. You might have just seen some strength behind him or something like that.
Just saw a walk there.
It's also a bit tough having a stack like Derrick right behind him if he's seen Derrick, put some pressure on him pre-flop earlier. Something to consider. Looks like we have a few people in the chat saying that they have a few cool stories from the summer. Curious what those are. If you had some deep runs in something or particularly bad beat, feel free to share it in the chat.
Skull on the button here with Jack 9 offsuit. 20K to call. It's got 615,000, and he's going to raise here. Going to make it 40,000. Going to min click it. Matthew. Nicholas all in. We don't know what his second card is. No, he has a King of Hearts. Little mystery hand. Skull is not calling this. With Jack 9 offsuit? I don't think so.
Almost certainly not. Skull gonna definitely have a bunch of raise folds on the button there. Might want to be a little careful having that 10 big blind stack in the big blind, but Jack 9 off makes a lot of strong hands. Yeah, Billy, I think I saw some of your stream time, and how did that go? Were you able to battle with Alex? I think you might have even had position on him, if I remember correctly. It's like ace deuce suited under the gun for Ethan, just off of 13 big is going to be tough to raise that one up. Like the fold, like the discipline. Definitely see people playing pretty tight on this final table.
There's the raise from Matthew with ace 9 suited. Josh with 10-7 in the big blind says, let's see a flop, Lauren. Not the worst flop for Josh. Backdoor hearts and a gut shot possibility. And nut flush draw for Matthew. He's going to continue firing out 80,000 into 130.
It's going to be tough to continue for Josh versus a covering stack here. He certainly doesn't want to bust. And just gaining those chips from, hitting a heart, for example, on the turn, or hitting a 7 on the turn, you're going to have to call again. You don't want to be getting into these situations on a final table where you're going to have to call successive bets. And so kind of bowing out early and playing small pots is really a smart thing to do. And I like Josh's fold there on the flop.
James Galloway caught a cab with Jamie Gold and had a few drinks together. That's pretty cool. Who paid for the cab, Galloway? You or Jamie Gold? Timothy with big slick. Gonna push it all in. All in.
It's always so nice to have these just layup spots with ace king where you can just jam it in, not even think about it. Easy all in for 8 bigs there, and just a printing spot. Nice to see it.
Will anybody have enough to call? Not Josh. So Timothy
Looking good.
is going to take down the blinds.
How many players does this tournament normally get? I know that we don't normally stream it. What was the impetus for us to do it today?
We've been streaming a lot of poker lately, a lot of tournament poker lately. So it just fell into the schedule of streaming a tournament. We're trying to stream more because it's very popular. People love to watch the tournament poker. All-in moment again for the second time in two hands for Timothy, this time with ace-4 suited. And Ben with the tank. Somebody please raise Ben's seat up. He looks like he's sitting a little too low. There's the call with the tanks. Will anybody else want to come in?
Ben maybe leaving himself some room to fold should someone come over the top with something stronger. But Nicholas waking up behind has a tough spot. You know, what does Ben call here with? Does he have 7s or 8s? Can he beat something like that? Certainly, he probably ahead of Timothy. It's a tough spot on the final table. I'm curious to see what he does. Nice disciplined fold. I probably would recommend the same myself, but it's much easier seeing the cards. Looks like we're just going to have a heads up all in.
So Timothy needs some help here, looking for clubs or an ace. 470,000 chip pot. Ben a chance to knock him out. Picks up a few more outs. Doesn't come. And Ben will knock out Timothy.
I think you were like the last one from my original table, right?
And we will have now 8 players.
Spread out now, right?
We are going to get rid of that chair, and everybody's going to get a little bit more breathing room.
Do I take this box?
Yeah. We can spread out now.
And where is the Chairmanator? In for the Chairmanator is Maestro Matt Sweeney. And there goes the chair. Let's see how Maestro Matt Sweeney gets the chair out of there. Let's go in slow motion. Not quite the technique as the Chairmanator, but good nonetheless. Maestro Matt Sweeney.
Hold up. Okay. Hold up.
Down to 8.
Levels 30 minutes here. So it'll be a while till they go up again. People getting a bit deeper. Some pretty big stacks on this final table.
Nice.
All right, folks, I want to hear from you. Who is going to win this tournament? Type it in chat. There you see all the participants. You'll see their names here as soon as the cards are dealt with their chip stacks at the top.
Got a lot of Ben fans in the chat. Given that Waco Scrub was a fan, or at least knew him, is he from Waco perchance? Is he friends with Preston? Stuff like that.
Jim Bonnick says Skull. Fernando says Skull is getting second.
Fold.
Blue Elvis chooses 3. Let's try to choose 1. Billy says Josh is going to win it.
6 calls, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Ben is from Belton, so halfway between here and Waco.
Interesting decision by Matthew to come in for a limp with the Queen 10. As someone with a bigger stack, we might want to think about putting on pressure, especially with these 2 Broadway cards, but just wanting to see a flop. He does have position on these 2 players, might be able to take it away afterwards. Seems like he's going to be able to. Curious what other hands he might be limping, if he'll end up limping some strong ones too, if people start playing back at them, if he how he's thinking about the hands that he's deciding to call with there.
There's your payouts. First place, $15,462. Eighth place, $1,466. So everybody's locked up at least $1,466. I know Skull late reg this tournament by about 20 minutes before registration ended. So he's getting tremendous value, able to sleep late and make the final table.
Looks like both players here content to play a pretty small one pre-flop, just kind of navigate to showdown. Derrick might consider raising a lot of hands pre-flop. Even just this one, it's going to be hard for Skull to continue, but Skull making a pair might have to pay a bet.
Skull does hit his 7. Gonna make the call, and we're gonna go to a river. Skull needs a 7. Doesn't come. Derrick with the check mark. Will Skull fire out anything?
I'm a 9.
He just checks for the showdown value. And he is going to lose that pot. Little 110,000 chip pot. Goes to Derrick. Derrick now 1.2 million in chips. He and Matthew neck and neck for the chip leader at this table. Looks like Ethan now is the shorty. 210,000. That's about 11 big blinds.
Suited ace probably good enough to go with here in late-ish position. Could also consider min-raising, even if we don't think that people are going to be raising him back, but I imagine he's just going to be all in here.
Looks like he's going to put about 70,000 chips in there.
Interesting. He probably is thinking about committing most of his stack, but if he sees a lot of action behind, he might want to bow out. But now Matthew not getting the worst price to continue. So we're probably going to see a flop. Often people do that move maybe with 2/3 of their stack or something like that, but he probably takes it away post flop.
Ethan whiffs on this flop, but will he continue the betting? He is. He's going to put it all in, and that's going to get the job done. Quick fold from Matthew. And Ethan's going to win with ace-8. Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight from all over the world. Next week's schedule, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday will be the Art of Poker 6th anniversary, day 2. And there's a beautiful trophy. I love the red in the middle. Sunday, more tournament poker. And look for next week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Look for some bigger games on Friday and Saturday. We'll give you more information as we find out about it, but there could be a huge game that we're going to be streaming next weekend. I believe it's a week from tonight.
Have we always had such a nice trophy for this tournament? I know that the Art of Poker has always had quite an elaborate one.
Trophies are always nice for the big tournaments here.
Like the decision by Matthew to put on some pressure pre-flop here. You might consider just jamming. You know, Nicholas only has 11 bigs, but it is tough for him to continue with nearly anything, including this 10-9 offsuit. Gonna whip the flop a lot of the time.
The Mega Monster coming just in a few weeks, August 1st through the 12th. Find out all about it on our website or Poker Atlas. 1 million guarantee. First place guaranteed a minimum $250,000. It's a $400 buy-in tournament. They'll have 6 flights. If you're in the San Antonio area, they'll have 6 flights, day 1 flights at Lodge Card Club San Antonio. And if you're deep in the valley, down in McAllen, Texas, at Elite Poker Club, they're going to have 10 flights there. So we look for it to go way over the $1 million guarantee for a $400 buy-in tournament. Pretty incredible stuff. You're not going to want to miss it. August 1st through the 12th.
Day 2 is still here?
Day 2, yes. Day 2, people from San Antonio and the Valley will have to come here for day 2. In Austin.
Looks like Matthew raised an ace on the button. Josh just calling pre. I like that just call. You know, keeping the pot small versus someone that covers him. You might see this hand, you know, 3-bet play your bigger pot earlier in the tournament, but here he just flops top pair, has an easy check call.
James, I'll answer that question after this hand. Top pair, king kicker. For Josh, it goes quickly check, check. And the check mark for Josh, 270,000 chip pot. And he's going to win that. So James Galloway asks, he has a membership here at Lodge Card Club here in Austin. Is it valid in San Antonio? Ultimately, yes. Currently, no. And the reason why is we have to be able to merge the 2 systems together. So if you do choose to go down before we can merge the 2 systems together, you would have to get a membership at Lodge Card Club San Antonio. So ultimately, the answer to that question is yes. That is our goal, is to have, if you're a member at Lodge Austin, you could go to Lodge San Antonio. But until that happens, wherever you're not a member currently and you want to go play there, you're going to have to become a member. Hope that answers your question, James. That is our ultimate goal, but it cannot happen yet. The ever-attractive Ace-5 suited. That's the new big slick, Ace-5 suited.
The magic hand, some people call it. I knocked someone out in the main event with it versus Kings. They shouldn't even dealt a flop.
Hope I explained that good for you, James. If I didn't, let me know. The Ducks for Josh. He's going to come along.
Like that disciplined fold by Ethan. Don't want to get involved with these types of hands at a final table.
Three hearts on this flop. Josh with the only heart in his hand. Both of these players with massive chip stacks. Don't really want to get involved with other huge chip stacks if you can all help it.
Josh calling on the flop, probably mostly because he has a heart, you know, has a pair that can be good sometimes. On this river, it's going to be tough to win for sure, and he's going to lose to Derrick's pair of aces. Yeah, blue Elvis draw. I believe it was 72nd, might have been 73rd in the main, so a really good run by Mixon.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not Six Flags, but hey, look, that's the ultimate goal is to, you know, because we're not stopping in San Antonio, folks. We just opened on the 3rd a new card club in San Antonio, Lodge Card Club. It was formerly Rounders, but we're not stopping in San Antonio. So ultimately, we want to have multiple clubs where you'll be able to go and play in different places. Big slick suited for Skull. Raises to 50,000, puts two blues out there, and Matthew a quick call with 1.1 million chips. Heads up. Skull in great shape here. Has Matthew dominated, but there's the 10 right in the window. But there is Broadway for Skull. Flopping Broadway. Living the dream.
Turns a flush draw to go along with it, leaving Matthew only, what's that?
The 10?
3 kings left? Oh, the king of hearts was already accounted for.
Yeah, no, he's just looking for a chop, right?
That's it.
Skull's going to win a nice one. Skull was on fire, if you remember, playing the Road to the LCS 18-player tournaments. He won 2 and finished second in a third.
Quite the hot streak. Could not catch up to him. I won the first one of those, but couldn't do anything following that. Mike was far and away the points leader. Fernando asks, is Houston in the works? I don't know,
but I wouldn't be surprised. Just there's nothing to report, but we're not stopping in San Antonio. That is not the plan to just have Austin and San Antonio. The brand is powerful. People love playing here.
Tough spot for Nicholas here.
All in, wearing the vintage Tampa Bay and the Pabst Blue Ribbon hoodie.
Might be picking up on the fact that Matthews limped a couple of times here, thinking that, you know, that money might be more dead in the pot, might be easier to pick up. Can be pretty tough to decide what hands to jam over a limp. You know, don't know if that limp is strong or it's just something that'll fold to your jam.
8 players remain. Ethan and Nicholas, the shorties, with under 300K.
Chatty bunch. Yeah. We got a chatty bunch.
Final tables, man.
I'm sure people are just sleeping great at home right now.
Oh, yeah.
Kicked up, you know. Maybe a glass of wine, snoring.
Like always with the needles, people are probably pretty tired after a long day of tournament poker and focused. I get it, but I also get wanting to have some conversation at the table. So.
There's a 3 for both players.
Days like this, you guys need to like text some regulars and see if get them doing some sub commentary in the room.
Yeah, we usually do.
Yeah, I know. I just heard, I was sitting next to Nate earlier today. Heard he's dealing with us now. It's exciting.
It's back. Nate's back in the mix.
I didn't realize he was originally a dealer with us.
Yeah, he was one of the. He's been a lodge employee multiple times before.
Gotcha. Was unaware.
Looks like this pot's gonna stay pretty small. One thing that came to mind is with a hand like King 3 offsuit, you know, not super great to call pre-flop. Might even consider 3-betting it. You know, get Gary to fold out this ace-3, but it looks like the pot's gonna stay pretty small, just with a 3 each. Gary gonna pick up a small one.
Goes check, check. Gary's ace will play, and it will take that down.
We got ace of clubs.
Frostfire, this is not the final level. The final level will be the one where there is only one person remaining. We're playing down to one player. Got to get rid of everyone. One person has all the chips, unless they chop, of course. But no plans for that yet.
1 hour until a break. 16 seconds till the blind levels go to 15,000, 30,000, 30,000. So every orbit, you're putting 75K into the pot, whether you want to or not.
It's a big jump, and as a player, I don't mind it. You know, we got to get home at some point. You know, you might sometimes see the 10, 25K level, but it's going to put a pretty big dent in some people's stacks, you know, make them have to hurry up quite a bit more than they were before, and it'll hurry this tournament along as well.
Folks in chat, let's have some fun tonight. Let's not attack each other in chat. We're not about that. Got the best chat in the land, so let's just keep it that way. On the button, Ben will raise here with 5-4 offsuit.
Definitely more of an aggressive raise. No high card there, but maybe not so considerate about getting 3-bet in this lineup. Thinks he can take away some pots post flop.
Check.
Like the C bet with just 5 high. Two overcards, a backdoor flush draw. Skull might definitely consider peeling here, depending on how wide he thinks Ben is pre-flop. Backdoor straight draw as well, but just going to let it go. Looks like Ben was considering another open there, maybe trying to make it 2 in a row. Had ace-8 offsuit. Definitely something he could potentially have considered with that high card, with not facing too much aggression behind, but definitely would have faced some with Derrick opening pocket 10s here. Gonna just take it down. Can always be relieving when you make a tight fold and then see someone show down a better hand, save some chips. But I like that Ben was considering opening that ace-8 there. Gary picking up the suited version of this hand, certainly good enough to raise. Shoots it up to 60,000. Skull with a superior ace behind has an interesting decision. Kind of close between all three there. Could definitely consider a 3-bet. Don't want to be peeling with too many hands, but you are on the button. Could consider that call. Gary going to take it down.
James Brown is watching from Hustler Casino, playing at the 5-5 table. Tell everybody out there hello from us here at the Lodge. Folks, we haven't done a roll call in about 3 hours. There's the Lodge cam. Look at all those smiling faces. Every single person smiling. That's just a few of the cash tables going on a Saturday night. It's a packed house, as always.
They kept calling 1-2 tables even into 10, 11 p.m. And I think they had 4 1-3s tonight, a 2-5, a bunch of 1-2-5 PLOs. It was a packed room tonight.
Not much waiting done. If you come here, we have enough tables and enough dealers to open tables. You know, you're not going to be sitting around waiting to get a table very long.
One of the best parts about the Lodge, honestly. Ben having that ace-10 offsuit under the gun, decided to fold it. Could consider opening. See what Matthew stumbled upon here. Looks like he's got king and deuce. Decides to raise it up on the button. Takes it down.
This is tournament poker, folks. You know, goes through long stretches of not even seeing flops. Kenny Lamar, thanks for the tournament stream. Keep them coming. We will. We realize y'all like tournament streams, but let's go ahead and do a roll call. Let us know where you're watching from all over the world. We'll try to give you a shout out.
Did anyone see if Foxen was still on the main?
Didn't look.
Last I checked, she was.
Ben picking up pocket eights here, good enough to raise. And again, I think it's worth noting, we haven't seen a 3-bet at this final table yet. No clear spots, but it might argue for opening up, a little bit wider than normal. Definitely feeling very confident with this eights raise, but Nicholas gonna raise all in. It's gonna get back to Ben, and he's gonna be getting a very good price, although not too thrilled with the spot. Imagine he's just going to end up paying it off with the pair. We're gonna go off to the races. Here we go. Nicholas looking for a king, a couple of sixes, or a bunch of hearts.
This is for Nicholas's tournament life. Took off his Tampa Bay Buccaneer hat. Needs some help. There's a heart. So you're saying there's a chance a king or a heart doesn't come. And Nicholas is eliminated in 8th place.
Thank you.
And he'll walk out of here with $1,466. And as he does that, let's do some roll call. James from Pueblo, Colorado.
King not coming.
Christopher says, body is Ostwell, but mind is here with you. That's awesome. Kamikaze is from Ohio. Neil from
Ambitious show.
Burkina. Ryan says, Rick, I love you more than my son. Wow. Thank you, Ryan. Chris from Long Island. Neil from Austin. Jacob from Houston. Sweets and Sweetness from Houston. James Galloway from Waco, the Waco Scrub. Wishy from Quebec. Quebec, the only city in North America with a wall around it. Did you know that, Brendan?
I did not. I've actually been. We're talking about Quebec City.
Yes. Billy from Georgetown.
The cards are playing themselves.
Frostfire from Dallas. James from Kennewick, Washington. Thank you all for tuning in. Ed from Monterey. Flash Frozen from North Dakota, which brings me the question I always have. Why are there 2 Dakotas? Do we really need 2 Dakotas?
Asking the important questions, the tough questions.
Yeah. Here's the raise from Gary, from Josh, and Gary makes the call. Josh hits his 10. Gut shot possibilities for Gary. Also,
see a double gutter for Gary. Definitely going to see it continue, definitely with an overcard as well, but Josh feeling good about his top pair. Curious how Gary decides to continue here. Could put pressure on some hands that Josh has with a raise, but imagine he'll just be content to call and continue, see if he can hit that jack, that 7. Certainly a queen would be an action card. Seven comes in right away for Gary.
There's the straight.
And on the river, Gary's certainly going to come with a bet, but it's going to be tough to get paid by a lot of hands. Not really clear how to be bluffing here. Something like Queen Jack, maybe 2 overcards like Ace Jack or something like that. Might want to put out something on the smaller side to try to get paid, but not really sure about that. Josh with a tough decision. What are Gary's bluffs here? Top pair just going to pay it off.
Nice bet. Can't get away for that size.
Yeah, nice sizing by Gary to target the 10.
Bosnia Forever from Freiburg, Germany. How's it going over there in Germany? And there's the Chairmanator. Brittany getting rid of that chair.
Skull with a nice hand to raise up here. 2 high cards blocking a lot of strong hands that he might get re-raised by. Certainly makes a lot of good hands. Ethan, easy jam. Just a layup with ace-jack suited. Loves to see it. With only, what's that, 6 big blinds now. So it just has to go at this moment.
Lost a big one to Skull. Wants some of his chips back. And he's not going to go all in here.
Interesting. Just wants to see a flop on the button. Normally, I'd expect a 6 big blind stack. Just wanted to realize all their equity. You know, possibly even get it in good against something like ace-10 or ace-9. But maybe just happy to try and flop something good with a hand that definitely does.
And Ben says it's only 35,000 for me to call in the big blind. Let's go. 3 ways to this flop. Ethan out in front with his ace. All hearts here. Skull with the only heart in his hand. Pair for Ben. And all of a sudden, Ethan is in big trouble.
Kind of goes to why you might want to just, put it in pre-flop when you have 10 or less big blinds. You don't have to make these tough decisions, right? Say even a jack comes on the turn. Oh, he is just going to go for it here. But it is a tough spot to navigate, with just 4 big blinds post-flop. And Ben with top pair, probably going to see one. Probably going to see the turn here. Although certainly Ethan calling off of 6 bigs might be scaring Ben. Maybe he thinks that he's facing something like aces or kings.
Here comes the raise. And Skull with a flush draw is going to lay it down. And Ethan this would be for almost all of his chips.
Looks like he did consider folding there, but gonna put it in, getting such a good price, and gonna have to hit a jack or an ace to stay alive.
Ace or a jack or running straight cards. Now it's down to an ace or a jack. Does not come, and Ethan is eliminated. In 7th place.
A little Terminator over here.
Another knockout for Ben, getting called the Terminator at the table.
And looks like that'll be Lauren's last hand. Ethan will walk away with $1,823. $33. I shorted him $10. And we're down to 6. And there goes another chair.
A little disappointed there's not like an Oompa Loompa song when she takes the chair away. Maybe production's going to play the music.
3 players over $1 million in chips. 1 player very close to it. And then you got Josh and Skull. Skull now the shorty at the table.
Ben taking over the chip lead, and given that he seems to be willing to be more aggressive, kind of had his hand on those chips with the ace-8. I'm curious to see if he opens up a little bit. He still does have Derrick on his left, even Matthew nearby, but with 45 big blinds, he's able to put on some pressure. Josh shooting it up with ace 10 offsuit, perfectly good hand, nice blockers. Derrick going to come along in the big.
Both players whiffed this flop.
It was generally a flop that the big blind will hit a little bit more with those middling cards, and so Derrick might consider betting at some point, try to get something like Josh's hand to fold. You know, he does have a gutter. Here actually has a double gutter and an overcard. And check calling a bet might be just, you know, a little less appealing. Certainly I do think he's going to come along for this 30,000, but oh, he does go for the check raise, which I really like, you know, having a lot of the stronger hands in his range and likely going to get a stronger hand in Josh's to fold. Really nice check raise here.
Big blind position for Derrick. Much more likely he has some of those cards in his hand, as you mentioned.
Going to be tough for Josh to even, let's imagine Josh had King Jack here or Queen Jack here, you know, relatively strong hand. It's tough to continue. You know, Derrick has two pairs. He has 9-10, things like that. As it turns out, Josh has a fairly easy fold, but really nice pickup by Derrick showing some aggression here. You know, I might want to think twice about, you know, betting in some closer spots against Derrick facing that. You know, Josh doesn't know what he had, but knowing that.
Brendan is in the booth with me, a tournament crusher extraordinaire here at the Lodge. We see him a lot, playing a lot of tournaments and cash as well.
Certainly will be here at the Lodge a lot post-series. At the beginning, I was getting kind of cleaned out, and I was like, all right, back to the cash streets for me. So I'm going to be playing a lot of 1-3. Ben raising it up here into Skulls Big. The ace-3 offsuit. And Skull, you know, just one of those hands that probably just needs to fold on a final table. It's tough to realize equity post-flop with it, and nice disciplined fold. Now Skull near the bottom of the counts with Josh. Both of them are going to be waiting out each other for that pay jump. Might be thinking about that when they do decide on their shove spots.
Yes, sixth place, $2,397. Fifth place is $3,130, so there's almost an $800 difference between sixth and fifth for the pay jump, and that's what you got to start thinking about. These pay jumps start getting up there.
Couple of Broadway cards for Derrick. Raises up on the button. 60,000 to go. Dominated Jack for Matthew. Certainly doesn't want to hit that.
Both players hit their Jack, and the graphics are incorrect there. There is a Jack on this flop. It's showing 776. We'll fix that. There we go. All hearts there, so nice flop for Matthew, even though right now the Jack with the ace for Derrick is good.
Matthew leading out again here. Maybe thinking something along the lines of, look, I've got a good but not great hand. I don't want to play a great pot, so I'm just going to kind of set my own price here to see the river, and Derrick's kind of happy with that price, happy to go forward with it. And with a king, I imagine we're just going to see 2 checks as both of them have, you know, kind of showdown hands on the river.
Matthew does fire out 100,000. Derrick reaching for chips. Doesn't want to put 4 blues in there. He'd rather put in 3 blues and 5 oranges, and he will take it down.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit on the thin side for Matthew on that river. You know, ends up getting paid by a hand that was slightly better than his, and not really thrilled by it. But
Derrick now close to 1.8 million in chips, by far and away the chip leader at this table. Josh is the shorty. Roughly 12 big blinds for Josh.
decent looking hand for Ben here. Looks like he's going to raise it up. Derrick and Ben kind of going back and forth on the chip lead on each other, on Derrick on Ben's left, so something to consider. Matthew waking up with ace queen in the small blind. Looked like he made
175. So big bet here. Back to Ben. And he will lay it down. Doesn't want to tangle with king 10. And he'll give up those chips on to the next hand.
Yeah, ace queen definitely good enough to go with for 20 big blinds there. Might want to consider just jamming those 20 bigs in when we are out of position with the stack like 20 big blinds. It can be really hard to navigate post flop if we make it something like 3 or 4. You know, Matthew didn't have to face that situation there, but ace queen, you know, is generally quite strong. And you know, even if you get called by a pair, you're just flipping, but does go ahead and take that down. Derrick going to raise this ace 10. Josh with an interesting decision here. Just 10 bigs and king jack offsuit. Does decide to go with it. Derrick getting a really good price, but generally Josh isn't going to be jamming a lot of hands that Derrick is ahead of here. Maybe some suited aces, maybe some lower pairs that he's flipping with, but a lot of ace jack, ace queen, ace king, jacks plus, things like that. And on a final table, you know, you're not thrilled to make these call-offs, you know, when you are not doing particularly well against the range. He is ahead here. You know, I would say that in Derrick's spot here, I would not feel particularly thrilled. We can see that he has king jack, but it is a tough
a chance
spot.
to knock out a player with ace 10. You got 1.7 million chips. I don't know.
But to push back on that, one thing to think about, it is nice to knock out a player, but you don't want to be the one to do it. Because you got to put your own chips at risk. You want other people to knock people out. That's a lot nicer.
I'm just saying there's a good chance there. I mean, Josh is a great player himself. And for ace 10 to go to battle, chance to knock out a good player, you got 1.7. I don't know. I get where you're coming from, and obviously I'm not the tournament expert, but I'd like that chance to knock out a good player when you have him. When you have a decent holding. It wasn't like he had 9-7 offsuit.
Certainly. Yeah, tough spot. you know, it definitely is nice to knock out, have someone that is a little bit more capable at the table. Now you don't have to deal with them anymore. I feel that for sure. One of the first hands where we've seen a raise from the small blind. Gary choosing to go with it with the 8-7 offsuit. Probably we're going to see a flop here with King 8 suited. Certainly good enough.
Two players with a lot of chips. An 8 would be spicy. Couple aces, not so much.
Two very wide ranges. Both players can have a lot of hands in their range, and so Ben is definitely going to want to continue with a hand like King 8 of hearts facing a bet. You know, he has backdoor hearts. He has King high on an ace deuce board. Certainly to 40,000, I think we're going to be seeing a turn. Actually going to be seeing a raise from Ben. Now, King 8 certainly is the best hand here and is the best hand a lot. Maybe Ben just feels that and is just saying, look, I don't need to see more cards right now. It's going to be hard for Gary to continue. Gary might just be doing a little bit of posturing here or coming over the top.
He's coming over the top, yeah. And that's going to get it done. Good play by Gary. Says, take that, young fella.
Nice.
I almost felt like Gary was about to say pick one. It looked like he was ready to turn those cards over. Very nice play, Gary. And that is maybe one of the problems with raising that King 8. You know, you have a hand that is good there a lot, and you're not thrilled about folding it to a raise. But Gary with a nice creative play.
Yes, sometimes you got to think to yourself, if I do make this bet, what am I going to do if somebody comes over the top of me?
How long is he delayed?
Every now and then that enters into the equation.
Thinking a couple of moves ahead, always something that's recommended in chess, in poker, and other games.
Good one.
It is good one.
Do we know anything about Gary? I've never seen his face around here, but maybe he plays some of the nightly tournaments or something like that.
I don't know anything about Gary. Made a good play right there.
Very much so. Very impressed.
This is a pretty talented table. I don't see a weak spot in the table.
So we keep on getting that 6-6-7 flop red on the cards, but I think we had a 6-6-10 instead. So Ben actually flopping a gutter and 2 overcards to the 6.
This is the correct flop. They're going to change it.
Might want to continue. Certainly a lot of equity against Ben's hand, or sorry, Derrick's hand, but does let it go.
Blinds are now up 20, 40, 40. 100K every orbit going from your stack into the middle. It's every 6 hands. And new rules here at the Lodge, we are no longer reducing the big blind ante when we get down to 4, from what I understand.
Wow. Instantly as Joe goes down to San Antonio, we get rid of that. Any idea on how that started, or just a change in what we're doing tournament-wise?
I don't know. At least that's what I heard. I hope I'm right in that. Somebody told me that.
Yeah.
So,
well, we'll see. And what that ends up doing, what we're talking about is when there are fewer players at the table. One thing sometimes we see in tournaments is they reduce the ante to try to make it similar to what we saw earlier in the tournament. But if it's not getting reduced, the ante is very big, and so people can get very aggressive. So we'll see what happens. Derrick just going to shove into Skull's blind. Just, what is this, 8, 9 big blinds effective. I like it. It's going to be tough for Skull to continue. He's got to think about Josh's stack there also being at risk soon. So it's going to be tough to call off. You might even fold some better hands like Queen 5, Queen 6, Queen 7. Nice aggression by Derrick. We're getting the confirmation on whether or not the big blind ante is getting reduced.
You cleared it back.
I was gonna get there anyway.
and Skull's going to get through there.
What were you
6 players remain.
Or raising with a high card?
Yeah.
First place, 15,462, and a beautiful trophy.
You're not folding. You're either raising or calling.
You guys buddies?
Yeah, we're best friends. We hang out all the time.
That's cool.
You want to be included? School Mike?
I can come hang out.
Yeah. You're invited.
Yeah.
Looks like the players are making a couple after-school plans. Where's the party at after this? I remember one time when I shipped the Sit and Go on stream, I invited everyone via stream to the karaoke bar. So I wonder if that's where they're going.
Oh, you like the karaoke.
Very
What's your
much
go-to?
so. Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Oh, Jimmy Buffett.
Always. Love it.
I
Gotta go
like
in
mine
there.
with lettuce and tomatoes. Heinz 57 and French fried potatoes.
Fantastic. We can do a duet. Ben with a raisable hand here, King 8 suited, Skull with a pocket pair and just 10 bigs. Might be tempted to ship it in here. It is a bit tough though. You're going to get called a lot. You're going to be flipping a lot. That's not something you want to do at a final table. Does let it go. I really do like that fold there. I might be going with something like pocket 6s or 7s. You really have to tighten up, and it looks like Skull was thinking about just that. Matthew coming along in small blind. 10-7 suited. Bit of a optimistic peel, maybe.
There's the 8 for Ben. Something about Ben's play today. I feel like he's maybe the guy at the end of the day putting the trophy above his head.
Certainly seems very confident.
Exactly.
In the bets and raises, a little bit more on the aggressive side. I like it a lot.
Don't do anything dumb, guys.
Noted. Thank you.
Appreciate everybody joining us on this Saturday night special edition. We're just about 23 minutes away from clock hitting midnight in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, it's so open to interpretation.
What's going to happen when Ben wins this tournament? And we check his ID and he's 16.
They already kicked me out of here once for being underage.
Just chop up
How
your
long ago was that?
What's that?
We're just going to chop
you,
up your
man?
winnings, right?
I'll take the dump
Yeah,
thing.
so maybe the dealer gets it.
Okay. Damon, you get the
Queen Jack.
money?
9 high.
You got kicked out of here once?
Well, I used to come here when they allowed 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
And then Doug
And they
bought the
changed it and
place.
you didn't realize there's something? Or you
Well,
were like, well,
I
you
realized
knew it.
it.
Okay.
Oh no, that must have been tragic. Imagine being a 19-year-old and the lodge closes the doors because of the alcohol changes here.
Yeah,
That would have been
there
horrible.
might be some other stuff. I don't know how long you've been locked.
I feel for Ben.
I don't know how long you've been locked in this room, but
I think we're safe today.
yeah, this would be the day now.
Bosnia Forever asking about the difference between different pairs that Skull Mike could have shoved a while back, mostly in what you can get called by, right? If you have 6s or 7s and you get called by pocket 4s or 5s, you're doing a lot better. So having stronger hands might make sense.
All in here for Josh with the tanks.
Try to help break out with tournaments, especially since they're quieter, but I like to play. If I would have
Looks like he's going to get it through.
It's running hot.
Nice to wake up with the 10s here, especially facing a raise.
40 now.
Although, given the price, we'll see what Matthew does.
360 minus my 20.
I call, whatever.
There's the call. Matthew trying to do the work that Derrick did not want to do an orbit or two ago. Trying to knock out a good player, Josh, but this time Josh with the tanks. He's got the goods. Matthew needs some help. Needs a king or running clubs or some running straight cards. There's a club. King or a club. Does not come. And Josh, a very talented player, now has some chips to work with.
Has Josh shipped a tournament or two here on stream at the Lodge?
I know he's played on tournament streams before. I don't know if he's won one. I can't remember. Coin Crazy wants me to go wake up Skull. I think he's... James Galloway said, did I mention Josh is not a guy you want to double up? I hear you. Derrick, 1.8 million. Gary and Ben, over $1 million. Then you got Josh, Skull, and Matthew now, the shorty at 6 big blinds.
Yeah. He's got all that skinny man energy now. Huh?
Skull loving seeing that collision, right? Anytime two players are all in, you have a short stack, you have the possibility just to make money just by sitting there.
There's the all-in. Matthew and Josh now with the ace-8. He says, I just got these chips. I'm going to keep them for a little while.
All right, let's see what we got. Double down hand.
I had a hand I could have called with, but...
Big pickup there. Yeah, tough in Josh's spot. You know, he sounds like he was considering calling, but he had 3 people behind. You know, his hand is off suit. It's not going to do too well. Doesn't really want to get into all-in confrontations. I like his fold there.
Oh, for sure.
Is Skull a lefty?
And if you guys weren't massively covering me.
You know, I don't know that. Imagine that. Sat in the bunker with him for 4 years.
He's a baseball player, wasn't he?
No, tennis.
Tennis. Okay. He may have talked about being lefties before. I am a lefty myself, so I tend to remember people that are in my clan. Gary raisable hand here in Jack 8 suited. Up to 80,000. Skull, yet another offsuit disconnected hand that's just going to be tough to defend. Now, earlier in the tournament, you might peel here, C3 versus a late position open, but you know those chips that go into the pot are so valuable. I really like Skull's discipline there yet again. For that reason, Gary's aggression is well rewarded.
This card has a break in it.
So the card's broken?
It is.
A break?
Yeah,
How bad?
delaminating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's bad.
What am I gonna see?
All in here for Derrick with ace-5 offsuit, and Skull's getting a little frustrated in the small blind.
That's the only hand I'll be looking back to see what it was.
And there's a ship from Matthew. So Matthew's tournament life at risk. He's got Derrick dominated here. Ace-Jack versus ace-5.
You even covered one of my flush draws.
Just one of those old coolers, 10 big blinds effective, good shove by Derrick on the button, and just ran into it with Matthew.
Chop outs.
More chop outs.
That's too many.
Ace-Jack will win. Matthew is going to get the double up, and all of a sudden, Matthew
290.
Starting to get some breathing room.
Oh, you're close.
Your turn, Skull.
Nice hand. 6. Too many chops.
Going to bring a new deck onto the table. One of the cards,
Yeah, I had king.
lamination, came undone. So
It was the king that was broke.
new deck onto the table, folks. We are less than a week away from the 6th anniversary celebration of the Art of Poker. Normally, this tournament is a $40,000 guarantee. Not this week. It'll be $150,000 guarantee, and we will stream it on Sunday. So the 19th there'll be a flight, and the 20th there'll be a flight, and then everybody will come back for day 2.
Bigger index cards, though.
Big ones are.
And we on Sunday, and we will stream that after the dinner break all the way through. That's the Art of Poker a week from tomorrow,
It's like it's screaming.
celebrating the 6th anniversary of the famous Art of Poker tournament that's every month here at the Lodge.
Kind of just a hallmark of the Lodge, the $250 low buy-in, high guarantee tournament. It's always had those headphones for first.
Yeah.
And it's been there forever since I started coming here. I'm excited to see that one play out. Derrick, a nice suited Broadway hand here. Gonna raise it up yet again. And Skull with ace-7 of hearts, very tempting. You know, how aggressive is Derrick being here? Does he have some weaker aces? Does he have some king highs that Skull can get it in good against? And he's also in last place, right? He's not waiting anyone
pushing.
out.
He's pushing all in for Skull. It's got 310,000. Derrick just 225 to call, and he quickly makes this call with ace-10. And this is for Skull's tournament life.
Clubs kept him alive earlier, but he's going to want to fade him now. Maybe hit a couple hearts.
Skull looking for a 7. Or else it's curtains. Now a 7 and a 7 only. Does not come. Derrick's ace-10 is going to knock out the great Skull Mike.
You going home or you going to the booth?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Josh quickly asks him, what you going to do now, Skull? You going to go out for coffee? Come on.
7-0 way ahead.
What was that?
I folded a 7.
The way Skull answered that question, I think he's headed right to bed.
Yeah. Skull Mike will cash out for $23.97. Good effort today. Late regged, and we're down to
I'm
5.
not even rooting to hit. I'm just rooting for him to miss.
Yeah, of course.
It's,
Of course.
of course, a 10 would have just been.
And Skull Mike chimes into chat, I am a lefty. Who knew? I don't pay attention to that stuff. Good run, Skull Mike in chat.
Not allowed.
Just a little. Just a little. Give my man a little more.
Raise.
Matthew raising it up here on the button with 2 Broadway cards, Queen 10. Gary might consider coming along in the big blind, but one thing to consider here is the 2.5x raise, making it a worse price for Gary. That might have played into why he ended up folding that hand. Might have come along for a min raise. Matthew buying a little bit more fold equity there pre-flop, getting the pot shipped his way.
Thank our great dealers today. Lauren and Damon have done a stellar job.
Ace Jack for Josh. Certainly a hand that's worth his entire stack. Depends on how he wants to get it in there.
Raise.
Goes ahead for the raise. Ben with a king 8. Going to see a flop.
Call.
All in and call.
Not good for me.
Ben trying to make some moves here. And Josh, if he can win this hand, he's going to be close to the chip leader. He was almost out a few hands ago. And the check mark for Josh. And he's got a ton of chips now. He had just a couple 100,000 chips 3 orbits ago.
Yeah, really nice run up by Josh. And I think it shouldn't go understated what a really nice decision to min raise there on the button was, because he had 17 bigs. You know, some players might just say, oh, look, I'm all in. You know, I've got ace jack. I don't want to see a flop. But by raising there, he actually got it in pre-flop really good, got himself that double, kind of had that plan out from the very beginning to raise and then call the jam. So
Playing to win.
He's playing to win, like he said. There you go. Certainly had no thoughts of folding that hand. Called it quite quickly. I was actually surprised that Ben had gone all in there. I thought he was just putting out calling chips, but he said all in at the last second.
I think Ben's the shorty now. He is, 435,000.
Here.
I can barely make out what I'm looking at. They can't see it.
Florida Bill comes late to the party. Always great to have Florida Bill in chat. James Galloway saying, I told you so for the 4th time. Says, I told you, did I mention don't give Josh chips? James, we get it.
You got to tell your boy Ben, James. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his phone in the room.
And Billy comes up with my thought process that Derrick had a chance to knock him out and fold it. Could have got that talented Josh out of this tournament. It goes both ways. Derrick hits his 7.
Poker always about acknowledging the pros and cons of all decisions and weighing them against each other. That's what makes it beautiful. Derrick making 2-pair, nearly knocking this hand up, lest Gary make an ace. Curious if he stabs at it here. Putting out a bet, probably just, thinking that he has the best hand a lot. Doesn't want Derrick to hit any of his 2 random cards, but he doesn't know that Derrick actually has 2-pair and might actually face a raise here.
There is going to be a raise.
It's the second turn check raise from Derrick that their opponent has stepped into, and Gary's in a tough spot. Ace high is good here sometimes, but it's tough to continue. He does end up folding, it looks like.
Unless you don't have it. Ace high might have still been good though. I should have continued.
Nice.
Do what?
I had like a very kind of an interesting one there.
Derrick building up a bigger chip lead, about 50 big blinds now. Next person is Josh with about 35. Level might be going up somewhat soon here as well.
I'm sorry.
We'll head to hand number 118. Not even close to being done. If you like your early morning poker streams, will be it today. Don't know what time it'll be over. They'll be going for a break here in the next few minutes.
Mix it up.
Derrick's been chip leader pretty much most of the day that we came on stream. He had that huge hand where he hit the king on the river, the case king, to go over $1 million for the first time. Here's a little combo draw for Matt.
Bit of an action flop. Derrick also flopping top pair after just calling the button. Might slow things down a bit. Both players could certainly have an 8 here. Derrick happy to see a river. Matthew does drill that spade. See how much he goes for value. He does choose to bet.
Looks like about 200K.
That's big.
Derrick with 2-pair here.
Tough spot. Certainly wouldn't expect Matthew to be betting anything worse for value. No Jack 7, no Jack 6. So he can only beat a bluff here. Something like 9-10, 9-queen, 7-6. Those are all hands that might call pre-flop as well and make it in there, stab the flop. He does have a 9 himself. might be something to consider. He doesn't have a spade, although, so a bunch of things going through Derrick's head here as he considers whether to call.
He lays it down.
Good
Good lay down by Derrick.
Prudent fold.
I want to see that one.
Not sure we had seen Matthew take too many aggressive actions this tournament, or at least this final table, and that might have gone going through Derrick's mind. You know, would someone who just called pre-flop or has been calling other times pre-flop, you know, turn a hand into a bluff here, decide to bluff? Oh, maybe less likely. Gary and Josh going to see a flop here. Gary with the best hand a lot. Happy to just check it down, go to showdown. You know, his hand doesn't need too much protection. Is going to be good a lot here. Josh might consider taking a stab, trying to get a hand just like Gary's to fold. 10 high, 9 high. You know, basically has the nut low. So generally when you have a bad hand, you might want to consider going for a bet. Does decide to check, and Gary going to take this one down.
Hang on,
I just moved the button toward it.
Yeah.
The button's in it, yes.
Yes, I thought you had already.
Yeah, I just paid big.
I thought you put it there. I was just
You
rearranged
Yeah, I
it.
was
he was,
just- I was
yeah,
just blind
you
for blind.
completed it, and
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Do you guys want the full 15-minute break?
Oh.
Just need to go.
I don't need the full. Yeah, same.
We got one yes, we're good.
Yeah, I've been waiting to go to the restroom. Other than that, it's fine. We can keep playing.
Maybe restart as soon as we get back.
Yeah.
Ben with potentially an interesting decision there to ship it all in pre-flop with an ace, suited ace, depending on how wide Matthew is limping in pre. Does go ahead and flop top pair. Might be interested in putting a bet in on this turn. Takes it down.
Looks like we are going to head to a break, little 14 minutes or so, and we're going to go ahead and run a few clips from streams gone by. We'll be back. You're watching the Big One re-entry. Final table, 5 remain. We will be here until there's a winner. We'll be back, folks.
Is Robin Williams still making movies these days?
See, Viper's my age. I know what he's talking about. No one else at the table has a clue.
What? What? You're such a fucking... You guys are making it up. Yep, he's gonna walk right now. What's going on? No, seriously, come on. What was...
I was like telling you, there's no Santa Claus. Like,
I know the.
What?
No, but there was this movie, Jumanji, right?
Yeah.
You know that movie?
Yeah.
Like,
That was
there
a
was
book.
this.
I thought that was a book. I'm playing.
Ace is here for airball. Trick time with the
That was
sevens.
so funny.
But seriously,
was
what
that
is
tough
Robin
to hear?
Williams up to these days? Like, because I haven't seen him around. Like I haven't seen any of them.
He's dead, Terrace. Robin Williams passed away. That's why you haven't seen him around. Nick Airball with aces. Trick time with sevens. $103,800 pot on hand number 42.
One time.
Wow. I don't know. I feel like
Trick time already been stacked once. Needs to hit this 7. One card, one time.
7 from heaven does not come. An airball will stack trick time.
So let's get it started. Expecting some big pots and a lot of table talk.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, you make it. It's all good, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's a push.
After the game, we can go play like last
Doug, how do you look at
time,
mine as a win or loss, though?
whatever,
After 10
years
if I won money, that was a win?
Yeah, that was great. I loved it.
So right now,
Those pink chips are $5,000. Orange chips are $25,000. Yellow chips are $1,000.
my opinion,
Black chips $100.
Ace king versus ace queen, hand number 1, Rick. And he's all in. Viper all in, hand number 1.
Oh, my goodness.
From like, good luck. He's like 38 or no, he's like in.
Hold on.
I haven't even looked at my hand yet.
From 2,500 to 50K.
Let me get in there. How much is it?
150 exact. Or what, minus 400.
No, I think it was like 45 or something.
I was just praying that I don't have.
Goofy's got the hooks. Action Dan Big Slick.
Didn't even see that 3-bet. My goodness. 3-bet, 4-bet jam.
This is the first hand, right?
But
I guess if I had ace queen suited, I would take Terrace's advice and know what to do.
I mean, with ace queen suited, I would know.
What was your name?
I stacked Terrace for 120K one day.
I don't know why I asked.
Well, down the thing they called me Viper.
Viper, okay.
I didn't come up with that.
I guess I'm just going to fold. Yeah.
Lays down the ace king. Doesn't know anything about Viper. Could be dominated, but the ace king in good shape against ace queen. What does Goofy do with the jacks?
I guess I'm all good.
He's going to lay it down too, it feels like.
This is hand number 1.
First hand.
This is wow.
Well, Doug, of course I'm going to do it. All right.
Lays it down.
And the ace queen gets the ace king and the jacks to fold, just like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Amazing. You came here to knit it up today, huh? Yeah. Okay.
Variance of your bankroll will not significantly increase.
Oh, are you worried about like going broke, buddy? Is that what we're doing on the analysis?
No, absolutely not. Thankfully not. No. Thankfully
He was
not.
talking about the risk of ruining your fun.
It seemed like he was going down the risk of ruin route, and then I wasn't sure.
So much risk of ruining fun.
Yeah.
3 players to this flop. Viper with the hits a boat on the flop.
But
starting
like,
off hot
reduce your
is
variance
Viper.
Slightly, like
By
a
one
lot
much.
less than you think.
Which
like,
one?
It's not by half.
Which reduces your variance?
Running it twice.
Oh, okay.
Or like multiple times.
Quick call.
Running it multiple times reduces your variance slightly, but the fun gets reduced by a lot.
By half.
Yeah, essentially.
Essentially. So
So
variance reduced by
Hook
less
not
than half.
slowing
fun reduced
down.
by at least half.
Yeah, so then like, why
Yeah,
would you ever run it more?
It doesn't
than
add up. Yeah. All right, I'm once for life.
Like if you want to have it.
A little balk there from Viper, like he doesn't like it, but he loves it.
Your bankroll will not.
Just flats here. To the river we go. There's the ace for hook. Thinks he just got there.
He has some showdown now.
You have one. Eric's over here with his infinite bankroll. Yeah, no one really cares about it twice.
Snap jam from Viper. 2x.
My point is that the fun will suffer a lot more than the bankroll. Let me put it that way.
Doug, will you do a video on what I'm saying about?
Was this the same seat that Mo was in yesterday that was just scorching hot?
You can do this
I believe so. And Hook's going to lay it down.
Like you can actually like analyze.
Good fold.
Wow.
Nice hand.
Viper shows the table.
Good flop.
Yeah.
I was dead.
That's your lyrics, Bob. I don't know fucking any song, but
I really don't know much music.
my father-in-law listens to music, all the old school stuff all the time, so I've heard everything.
Viper comes along with his pocket fives. The hand that could have last night, Mo had those pocket fives
I was good luck
on a
last
king
night.
5-5 flop.
But anyway,
Had he called,
not gonna give tells on
would have
you.
won about 200,000 more last night.
Check it out.
$4,000. Multiple.
Yeah, we had a good time, man. I did.
Action Dan now with the open ender.
No, they're still here. They're outside.
Couple of overs. Gonna make this call.
No state income tax in Nashville.
0.
Yeah. When my wife and I started to leave Vegas.
Gets there on the river with the queen.
Yeah, I remember. I wrote you a little.
Yeah.
Not little. I went there. Remember? I wrote you
Viper's going to continue to tell the story here.
I've only been to Houston once since.
About half pot, that's not going to get through.
Picking Austin was the right move.
I actually liked Dallas a lot more than I thought I was going to. But I got to Austin, I was just like, this is so.
Austin's a lot like Nashville.
I could see that. Because you got some hills and stuff.
Imagine Dan contemplating a raise here.
We're not really.
I don't think folding's an option if you call there on the turn, connect with the queen
Yeah.
for this price. So
That's a good raise, yeah.
flatting or raising, and he makes the call. Two pair no good for Viper. Send the money over to the 8th seat.
Nice catch.
Lodge Card Club, folks, located in Austin, Texas.
That's the only chance kids are out of school. We're there. I don't like leave, you know. And I get to Vegas by like day 3. I'm like, I got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Well, the tough thing with tournaments is it's hard to schedule all your stuff because you don't really know.
Getting word that they're not going to take the full break. So any minute now, the players will be back at this table with 5 remaining. Blinds will be 30,000, 60,000, 60,000 when we come back to play. Folks, don't forget, a couple things coming up. The Mega Monster, just around the corner, $400 buy-in, August 1st through the 12th. Flights both here in Austin, 6 flights down at our San Antonio club, and even some more down in South Texas if you're near the Elite Poker Club in McAllen, Texas. They even have a few flights. That's coming up. If you want to play on the Lodge live stream, reach out to that man, Skull Mike. You saw him finish in 6th place today. And it looks like we are back. Players did us the favor and did not take the entire 15 minutes. Good job, players.
And you want to see it for a walk?
I had aces. Well, the first time I got aces today, I was in a walk. I wasn't even
The
going
last hand. That's the last hand you want to see. I normally don't look, but I'm looking when I get a walk here because they can see. Why,
right,
why
yeah,
should
might
I
as
be
well.
able to?
I always like looking anyways. I don't care.
Oh, I never look otherwise.
No?
Never. What's the point? You're only going to get, worst case, you get disappointed. 120.
Raise 120. Two folds. 120 from 8. 2 folded actions on 3.
Matt and Josh, and Matt hits his 8. Josh with the wheel draw. Matt's going to fire out 100,000. And Josh reaching for raising chips. Josh is going to raise here. And Matt in the big blind with an 8-high flop would seem to have more cards that would connect with this board than Josh. He's got top pair. And he's going to lay it down. Josh just taking control with the raise there. Did not think he was going to get that through. And Matt, one of the short stacks. And Ben was hoping Matt was going to call there. There's the lodge cam. Look at all those smiling faces. Playing a little cash on a Saturday night. Yeah, I don't know. Brennan's back. I know you just got back. I don't know about that fold there. You flop top pair.
I didn't quite see the entire hand, but was it that Josh had raised pre-flop, Matthew had called from the big blind, and he decided to bet out on that flop?
Matt had raised on the flop, flopping top pair, and got re-raised there. But pre-flop, wow. I don't remember the action. But
gotcha.
Anyways, it was just an interesting situation. You flop top pair, decent kicker with the jack.
In any case, I certainly have to hand it to Josh for putting forward some aggression, you know, when he can have some of the stronger hands and making a much, much stronger hand fold.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's the type of aggression that can win you poker tournaments.
Changing the dealers. A 2-dealer rotation today. Damon and Lauren doing excellent work. Damon, we call him the tatted one, the hot dog eating wonder, as we see the stack sizes. Ben, 7 big blinds. Derrick, the chip leader, just with 31 big blinds. So as these blinds go up, going to get a lot more play here. But yeah, Damon, the tatted one, the hot dog eating wonder, appeared on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, I believe in 2013. Lauren is one hell of a pickleball player. I've been playing the pickleball. It's a fun game if you haven't played it before.
Fantastic game. Really nice. Easy to get into, racket sport.
Yeah.
Friendly for everyone.
Really could feel like you're comfortable. There's a large lodge employee contingent. Have about 35 people in a group text that play a lot, so it's a lot of fun. But Lauren is really good.
Looks like blinds are up here. We, again, a pretty big blind increase. Not something we always see. 20-40, now we're at 30-60. So stacks are getting a lot shorter, a lot faster, you know, making this tournament end sometime soon. Something that just have to take into account when you're making decisions. So it does look like Derrick raised here, and Gary is going to wake up with queens in the big blind with less than 20. Certainly good enough to go all in with. Imagine Derrick will end up folding this hand.
Yeah, Gary all in with the ladies for over 1 million chips. Derrick with 1.8 million. Ace-8's not going to be good enough to make this call. just after midnight, 12:19 a.m. It is now Sunday morning in Austin, Texas.
I wonder if Damon was at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest when I was there. I went to see one year that contest, and it was around that year. I really would love to know if it was.
You'll have to ask
year.
him.
Yeah.
It's he's got it on YouTube at some point. I think he ate close to 30 hot dogs. He didn't win, obviously, but
it was the year that I went was the year where Kobayashi ran up onto the stage and stole the belt from the champion. It was a very scandalous year. But we do have two big hands about to clash here. Matthew raising off of about 17 big blinds. Josh waking up with 10s in the cutoff and is probably going to just find some way to get it in here. Imagine Josh could just go all in himself with the pocket 10s. Might end up 3-betting, but looks like we're going to see the chips fly for sure.
$325.
makes it 325. And this time Matthew's not going anywhere. He's going to make the stand with his big slick. Gary folds ace queen suited.
And quickly. Very astute fold by Gary.
Fold now.
Was that 10s? I can't see.
So all in here, 1.63 million chips. Matt hits his king, and Josh is going to need a 10-ball corner pocket. Doesn't come, and Matt gets the key double up late and breathes a sigh of relief and looks at the leaderboard and says, hey, I got a chance at 15K today.
740.
Got to win your flips late in tournaments. So much is decided by all-ins. Unfortunately, it's both the blessing and the curse of tournament poker. Josh not thrilled to hand over half his stack there. Nothing he can do, right? He's got 2 10s. He got it in good. And nothing Matthew can do there either. It's just hands that are going to collide, and that's how it is.
Bobby Fillet asks, Uber from Lodge Austin to Lodge San Antonio is $87. Does that sound right? I have no clue. It could sound right. I don't know. It's a good question. Let us know what it ends up costing you, because I'm sure we'll get that question a lot.
Does sound about right to me. Imagine from the Lodge to downtown Austin, about $25. Another 50 or 60 to San Antonio. It's a long Uber, but hey, maybe some people will be doing it for some day twos. Matthew raising it up with a 9-8 of spades, with his newfound raising chips ready to get involved here. Yeah, I kind of agree with Neil that it actually sounds cheap. Derrick defending with a dominating 8. Gonna see 3. Both a queen and a 9.
Bet 125.
Matthew going to put out a bet. Derrick happy to continue with his middle pair.
Check, check.
Both players probably just happy to get to showdown here. Albeit, the 9 is not usually going to be good here. Queen is going to take it down. Chips have been shifting around quite a bit at this final table. I believe we've changed. I believe 3 or 4 players have been chip leader at some point.
Yeah, we've had a lot of different chip leaders. Derrick's mainly been the chip leader, and he's the first one over 2 million now. Ben now, 295,000. He's got about 5 big blinds. He's going to have to make a move. On the button here, he's going to do it right here with his 7-6 suited. And there's the call. Matthew has the clubs, so the clubs are out of the situation, unless it's a straight flush.
Ben's certainly going to have to make a move there with 5 big blinds, especially with the big blind ante. It's going to hit him twice. Just going to have to go with that 7-6 of clubs on the button. King in the window might just seal his fate, though.
Okay.
6 or 7.
Looking for a 6 or a 7, does not come. And that's going to be it for young Ben. What a player he is. Really impressed. He will finish in 5th place.
Oh, he's got to be a little sweat on the turn.
He will win $3,130 for his day's work. And we're down to 4. Big pay jump for everybody, now to 43.83. Money starts getting serious here as the chairmanator is going to come in and get rid of that chair. There you go, Brittany, the chairmanator.
Any idea how the time we got in here?
I'm not sure.
128 hands so far. We've been on since about 7:30, so we've been on for over 5 hours. And Matthew has been heating up at the right time. Late in the tournament.
About 75.
Hitting that 6 on the turn. Josh thinking, maybe sometimes Queen Jack high is good here. Can always hit a Jack or a Queen on the river.
Check.
Goes check, check. And Matthew going to continue to stack chips. And now he's close to 2 million. He and Derrick fighting it out for the chip lead. And Josh is now the short stack. These players started to play today at noon. Actually, it was noon yesterday. It's now Sunday. So over 12 hours these players have been playing. At that point, Brandon, you've been playing deep into tournaments. Fatigue does set in.
Very much so. It's something that I worry about myself. I've been playing the main event the past few years, and day 2, day 3, after 12 hours of play, it's so exhausting. And a day like this, it can even be quite long. So it's something to consider. How do you prepare yourself? It looks like all these players are, no one's falling asleep at the table, but certain ones may be more alert than others, and it plays into things.
About 70.
Gary with a Broadway draw. This point in the tournament, usually with 4 players, we would drop the big blind ante down in half. No longer the case anymore, as Derrick now with the flush draw.
So a lot more chips in the pot than normally would be, kind of ends up favoring a little bit more aggression pre-flop, a bit more aggression post-flop. Derrick double barreling here once he picks up the hearts. I really like it. Targeting a hand just like Gary's to get to fold. It's going to be really hard for Gary to continue. Going to have a lot of better hands to continue. Might just have to give this one up.
Great camera work. Man, what a shot there, Gary. I wouldn't want the camera that close to my face. That camera was just zoomed in. Love the work from our camera crew today.
Really got that agony of having a bluff catcher. Nice execution by Derrick, following through on the bluff, turning equity.
A lot of y'all love this late night poker. We love bringing it to you. May not be late night in your part of the world. I know some of you it's watching overseas. All in from Josh, the short stack. Suited Broadway, and he's run into it.
All in.
Gary goes all in. Big Slick versus Queen Jack.
No, just one.
Geez, his clubs are hot. They're not actually coming. Yeah, he has clubs.
Yeah, he does this. Yeah.
All low cards. Big Slick looking good. Josh standing up, needing a queen or a jack. Queen or a jack. There's the jack. Josh, sit back down, young fella. Almost out of here.
Like 5.
It's way less than what you put out.
Oh, I'm sure. I just later counted.
Josh's been involved with a lot of these flips.
So Gary now is the short stack.
Like,
2/3 of what he put out, something like that.
Billy Brown says poker is stupid. There's the beautiful trophy. I'd like to have that trophy. I like that red streak in the middle. It doesn't come with the rotating base. That rotated lighting base, you do not get to keep that. That stays here.
Poker is stupid. We all know it, but yet we all keep coming back for more. We cannot help ourselves.
Of course.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed one of your...
Because as many times as that's happened to you, where you've been on one side, you've also been on the other side. Where you catch that jack.
4 raises to 130.
People don't remember that as much.
Easy to remember the beats. Derrick raising it up from the small line to 130, choosing a smaller size, kind of making it easier here for Matthew to continue, offering a nice price for him.
Yeah,
It goes no ante.
There's no reduction.
Cool.
The hand, as nice as 7-5 suited, you might come along to a bigger size anyway and just flops the joint.
Matthew really been heating up this since they got back from break. Turned his whole game around. One of the chip leaders now, and he's battling the chip leader. Short stacks love this when the two chip leaders go at it. Hoping somebody catches something.
They're also doing the big blind takes precedence and an all-in.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that earlier
Those two
today.
both got in at the same time.
Decided to slow play the flop, hoping Derrick would catch something.
I like that.
But only ended up with ace high.
Sucks, like,
Yeah.
you know.
Hook'em 361 asks if VW Bug and Yoda, did they retire? For the night they did.
I had dust.
God love those ladies. VW Bug and Yoda, our moderators.
Yeah, that's
I
frustrating.
couldn't imagine doing this without them. They're so dedicated.
Right. But still, it's just like.
Yeah.
They're here all the time. And they love this show. And we love what they do.
More sporting. Feels like it's more sporting.
We're lucky to have them.
They got to sleep at some
I say that, but the guy who won this
You'd
tournament
think.
last month was literally down to one big blind at one point
Oh,
at the final table.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see him.
I was definitely around 7. I think that was probably my lowest points. Somewhere like 5 to 7. Like level 10 maybe. Pretty
I
early
got a
on.
little at one point, but I don't even remember.
Billy Brown, no bad beat stories in the chat. If Matthew's running good, he's running good.
I'd love to hear Matthew say one word. His over and under for number of words spoken today, 3, and he's under. All in moment here
400.
for Gary
Exactly.
with some Broadway cards. Derrick with the same Broadway cards makes the call. Headed to a chop, most likely.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Oh, wait, can we switch to give me the.
Derrick has the diamonds and hearts covered. Gary has the clubs covered.
Shocking. It was
And of course, the
anyway.
spades come.
Watch a
No,
jack
no
come out,
spades.
mate.
No spades anywhere.
I don't remember what suits I was, but I had queen 9.
Chop it up.
Okay.
So if a jack comes out.
Well, that would have been brutal. I mean, there's not much action on the 4-liner. But still, pretty fun.
No, you guys would have been, if somehow that had just gotten
Yeah.
checked, I would not have followed the action.
Yeah.
I would have been out on the flop.
Yeah. What the hell did that happen? I don't know. What's the next level? 40, 80, 80.
It's even more turbo-y.
Yeah.
Slick Rick and Brendan in the bunker.
Nice.
Hand number 134. 4 players remain of the Big One re-entry. And an all-in from Gary with Ace Jack.
All right, you can have this one. Nice hand.
Thank you.
So you got 2 players at around 2 million and 2 players under 1 million. There's the prize pool. 4th place. Next one out will win $43.43, and it's basically a $2,100 difference between 3rd and 4th. So big pay jump now. 4 minutes left in this blind level, and then they're going up to 40,000, 80,000, 80,000.
Two of the bigger stacks. Happy to play yet another small pot pre-flop. Either of them might consider trying to raise and take it down pre, but they both kind of realize we don't want to get it in with each other. We don't want to be, bloating the pot with hands that aren't particularly strong. And Derrick's just happy to take down a small one after flopping top pair.
Ryan Smock asks, how do they know their hands? It's an RFID table. Each of the cards has a chip embedded inside, and in front of each player is a sensor. Each card has its own identifying chip inside of it, so that's how we read the cards. There are no cameras. It's called RFID, radio frequency ID.
Wouldn't have folded. Good night.
Josh choosing to make a bit of a tight fold in the small blind with 6-4 suited. You know, definitely a hand that could consider seeing a flop, but would have run into the nines, would have been raised, wouldn't have been able to see the flop.
I should have at least limped.
Paul Edwards from Perth, Western Australia in chat. Always good to see Paul.
Clearly.
Says he loves watching the hand shuffles from great dealers. Yeah, I saw a tweet from Doug today. Doug Polk tweeted out that interesting fact, the Lodge, they've done some analysis, averages in general out in the room 29 hands per hour in a hand shuffle, which is more than casinos and card rooms that do the card shuffler. So it's a testament to the dealers we have and the talent. The great dealers around the country like to work at the Lodge for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is, I mean, they're business people. They're doing okay here at the Lodge. So if you're the best in the business, you want to go where you can do the best financially, right? So, but an interesting fact that the Lodge dealers, hand shuffles,
that's my prediction,
get in more hands per hour than a lot of the places that use the automatic card shufflers.
Yeah, I think another one of his points was that because players are paying time, they might be incentivized to play faster.
True story too. I think there's a little of both in that. I think a large part is that, and I also think that the talent of our dealers.
Absolutely. Fantastic dealers here. Gary raising it up on the button. Mostly trying to take it down pre-flop, I imagine. You know, it's a hand that he doesn't feel like is strong enough to go all in pre-flop with those 12 big blinds. Thinks that he can take it down pre-flop a lot and also just win post-flop. Like on a flop like this, you know, he might fire a bet, take it down, win not a small pot for his stack size. Matthew coming along with some of his backdoor equity. Also just pair equity, drills the 9 on the turn.
Scott, I will be down in San Antonio for this. I'll be down in San Antonio for the meetup game. Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi expected to be there. I will be there. Skull Mike, Big Daddy Chaz, and so many more. Heck, I don't know. Maybe even Doug will show up. That would be great. Meetup game in San Antonio, the new San Antonio Lodge Card Club, Friday the 26th, 2 p.m. It's a 1-2 meetup game. For more information, reach out to them down in San Antonio. If you're not in the area, you can call them, get your name on the list. Should be a fun time. It always is. Friday, the 26th of this month, just less than 2 weeks.
And I'm a Diamondbacks fan, so this is AAA affiliate.
Is Lodge San Antonio on Poker Atlas now as well?
Yes, I believe they are.
Very nice.
And if you can't get yourself on the list through that, call them. And I think they've probably already started putting people on the list there. So we'd love to see you. It's always a fun time, meetup games.
Looks like the blinds have increased. We're at 80K now. So Derrick and Matthew have about 25 big blinds. Josh about 12, and Gary about 7.
Paul, I'll answer that question after this hand.
Derrick choosing to just call with ace-5. Maybe opening the door for Matthew to put on some pressure, raise it up and take it down pre-flop. Decides to just come along as well. We might actually be seeing a family pot here.
Family pot here. Nobody with a queen in their hand. Matthew's ace out in front. And he will take it down. Paul Edwards asks, is San Antonio going to be doing live streams as well? Ultimately, that's the plan. They're still deciding on that. So no definitive answer to that. It may be a while before that decision is made. There's a lot of moving pieces down in San Antonio just simply because they just took over the club. They're making some changes and upgrades, and of course they're going to build out a room next door to the current room that's going to be actually larger than the Lodge Mahal where we are sitting right now.
All in.
All in moment for Gary.
About 5 big blinds here. Derrick having a hand that actually dominates Gary. If he saw his cards, he'd love to call. But I think in general is going to be dominating a lot of hands like 6-7 suited, 6-8 suited, 6-9 suited for just 5 big blinds. It is somewhat close. I think Derrick is thinking about that here. But generally jack high, 5 big blinds. He's going to let it go. Something to consider for sure. Not an easy decision. Now, one thing he might be thinking about there as well is Gary's a short stack, and having short stacks around kind of keeps the pressure around for the other, for Josh, for example, and he might not want to double him up.
Yeah, 585.
You're in the small blind? Yeah. You're in, yeah, just the... $160.
Here's the raise from Josh.
585.
And the all-in from Gary with some Broadway cards.
That's mine.
And Josh and Gary are just going to town. Matthew and Derrick are just sitting back.
I know, but I just want to make sure for... Yeah. I'll put it this way. I'm all in.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
All right, so here we go. All in and a call.
Good luck, guys.
Is that ace-9? It's hard for me to see.
Ace-9 diamonds.
It is hard to see on this.
Yeah, it's just, I could see the ace. I couldn't make out the other card.
The table's huge, too.
Yeah.
And
Derrick is not in this. He's folded. Matthew is folded. It's heads up, Gary and Josh. Here we go.
Good game. Good game.
GG. Nice playing with you.
Gary is eliminated, and we're down to 3.
his first shove was like, what was it, 350-ish?
I don't remember.
And look at this. Look at the chip stacks. 1.7 million, 1.76 million, and 2.1 million. Everybody's relatively even.
I said you should have like an Oompa Loompa song, you know, when they would come take the kids away. There should be a song that plays.
Yeah.
Patent pending.
About 20 bigs apiece here.
Yeah, I wouldn't appreciate that.
They won't know
Oh, what
until
am I doing?
later.
Hang on.
All players now have locked up 64.86, but they're going for the trophy and 15,462.
And then you're gonna move where, in the 4th seat, and then Josh, I think, do you want Josh to stay where he is?
You probably slide down a little.
I'm fine
So
either
which I'm using
You're
2.
gonna use the 2 sensor.
The loudest table in the world.
The chip values, orange chips are 5,000.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck to you too.
Sky blue chips are 25,000. And they have not brought out any red chips. Those would be 100,000. So really just 2 chips, 5,000 and 25,000.
$200.
4 raises to 200.
Call.
8 calls. Heads up.
Well, we've seen Matthew call a lot pre-flop, even in the cutoff and the button. Choosing to raise here from the small blind might be thinking that he has a bit of a stronger hand. Does end up having 9-7 suited. In any case, Josh's hand of 10-9 on this board is going to be quite strong, flopping 2 pair. Does decide to just shove it in. A pretty large bet, and it's going to put Matthew in a tough spot. Matthew might be thinking that Josh has a lot of ace of club hands, possibly just a 10. In any case, Matthew's not doing very well against any of those hands and was quite dominated by the 10-9 of Josh. Makes a nice fold.
Four folds. 8 folds.
Yeah, the Nightbot is doing cash chips. These are the tourney chips. The orange chips are 5,000 and the sky blue are 25,000. So although the Nightbot is trying to help out, it is not doing its job because tourney chips are different than cash chips. Technology, folks. It's not always perfect. Blinds come around quick now.
2 raises to 184 folds.
Lodge has also gone in tournaments to where if you're all in, big blind is first. We'll have to, I don't want to get that.
Yeah, they did make that change over at the series and even at some of the other rooms in Vegas where it used to be that you post the ante first. So if you only have one big blind, you're only entitled to get the ante back. And I believe for that reason, they have gone to the big blind first. Now you're entitled to the entire pot. So if you have one big blind, for example, you're able to, triple or quadruple up.
Right.
Kind of before you just had no hope if you're the ante. Sorry, if you had to put the ante in first. So I like that change.
And it also made you think a couple moves ahead before you were the big blind that you may have to shove no matter what because of that rule. You'd get more value if you shoved the hand before you were the big blind.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you had 3 big blinds under the gun, you'd pretty much have to go with any 2 because your entire stack would basically be in the middle. It's kind of still true now, but a little bit to a lesser extent. And one thing we'll point out, too, just with the effect of the rules, Slick Rick was talking before about how the big blind ante has not been reduced. So before, we would have reduced it maybe to, I think, 40,000 now, but now it's 80,000, 80,000. There are a lot of chips in the middle. So
Yeah.
I think we see players here raising a bit more pre-flop and being a bit more aggressive, maybe realizing that there's more chips to fight over. We are seeing the chips kind of go in a circle here. Everyone's winning a pre-flop pot. 200,000 apiece, 200,000 here, 200,000 there.
I think I can afford it now.
Yeah, Cheryl, I actually think that WSOP did change that rule. I think they are on, I do believe that they are on big blind first, but I'm not 100% sure.
Cool.
Looks like we are going to see a post-flop pot here, despite the graphics. Derrick has raised queen deuce on the button, and Josh has come in the big blind with ace-5. Both flopping a bit here. Club draw for Josh, superior one for Derrick. Derrick happy to just check down his deuce all the way down to the river. Josh may be realizing at this point that his hand might not be any good. Derrick going to take it down.
So now Matthew and Josh have the identical chip stacks. They played all day long.
That was good with all that checking.
Each with 1.78 mil. Derrick just 300,000 in front of them. At any time, chops are allowed. There are rules on how many times you can ask for a chop. Once a chop is asked for, then you can't ask for it again till either the player's eliminated or the blinds change, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't seen many chops on our streams. The players like to play it out.
Might be something about the stream.
Because the Lodge plays at least 3 tournaments every day, and the chops happen all the time.
Most of those winner photos have at least one person in them, often 5, 6, or 7.
Exactly.
Seeing a 3-way flop here. It looks like no one's got much of anything except for Derrick with bottom pair, who's happy to check. Although Matthew or Josh might be able to take it if they take a stab at it. Especially realizing Josh, for example, his 7 high is no good. Can he get through 2 people? Potentially. He's going to take a shot. Derrick can't be thrilled with his bottom pair. Although it may be good, Matthew is there behind him. Has to let it go, and Matthew's easily going to let it go. Nice pickup by Josh, realizing his 7 high is clearly no good. and taking a shot at it to win the pot.
$180.
8 raises to 180. 2 boards. 4 calls, heads up.
There's the call. Notice the ranges now of what you can enter a pot with, just three-handed, are changing. Couple diamonds for Matt.
$120.
At 120.
Little down bet here on the flop. Matt coming right along with his nut flush opportunity.
If no diamond on the river, they're going to chop this one. We'll see a chop quite often. There's also the possibility for a 5 or a deuce.
Check.
There's the diamond. Matthew with the nut flush. Board is paired, but I don't think he's too worried about a boat. What's he going to do here? Josh has been betting the whole time. Puts 500,000 in there, and the quick fold from Josh.
Not sure there was any size bet that Josh would have paid off. But one thing I'm also thinking about as the blinds go around fast here, and as we have such a large big blind ante, button raising ranges are going to be wide, but that also means that potentially reshove ranges can also be wide. So if somebody's stealing very wide, you might consider just chipping those 20 big blinds in pre-flop and taking that steal down. So something like King 5 suited or a suited ace might be good enough to go all in with. Derrick raising that ace 5 suited on the button.
Ben is in chat. Young Ben. Great work, fella. 21 years old in what? 3 days? Oh, 21.3? No, you did great, Ben. Enjoyed watching you play.
Nice run, Ben. Matthew outflopping Derrick with 2 pair. Decides just to check call. Might consider check raising here. A lot of draws there. A lot of draws he could have. A lot of ace-x that he could get paid by.
Oh,
we do just see check, check, and Derrick pulls ahead on the river.
300.
Bet 300.
The 10. Saving Derrick. Going to do some inventory. Has the calling chips in his hand and makes the call. Big pot, and Matthew's not going to like to see that. Flopping top 2. And you heard that. Disgusting are the first words we heard from Matt all day. Disgusting. That was it.
Certainly can't be happy with the way that ran out. Running 10s. Like Derrick's call on the river, beating a lot of busted draws. Even the ace-x like the one that we just saw. Hard to fold an ace there. Nice call.
And Matt can't afford to go on tilt here. You can see him shaking his head. Got to shake it off.
$200.
Easier said than done sometimes.
We've all been there, but it's really just important to get one hand at a time. Don't
let
think
one
about
hand beat you twice.
Exactly. Don't think about the past. Don't think about the future. What are you doing right now? What's the hand that you have in front of you? Eight's going to chop this one up, both playing the queen on the board.
$200.
Bet 200.
Rivering a pair, it's going to be tough for Derrick to fold it. Does put it in calling chips.
What's that?
So Derrick's been bailed out. So Derrick had
the winning hand there.
Derrick
did have the winning
not even
hand.
register. I'm like, what is happening here? Sorry. That's what happens when you play cards for 11 hours or whatever it's been.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay, I'm grateful for that. Nice call.
It's just like, I hit the 8. How could you have it?
Yeah, right.
Derrick now back in the chip lead. 2.6 million. 155 hands, folks. What do you think will be the final hand number? Let me know in chat. Type in your guesses now. You don't win anything except the pride of knowing you are the greatest of all time. 6 deuce versus 5 deuce. First person to put chips in the pot is going to win this. Chop, believe it or not. Both players playing the board.
Okay.
Nope, we can chop.
Kind of surprised to see neither player take a stab there.
First person to put chips in is going to take that down. Getting some guesses on when we'll end.
You get 125 or 120?
44 Gaming says hand number 910. If that is the case, 44 Gaming, we are in for a long time.
Mathematically improbable.
Yeah, I don't think so. Fig Nuts, how you doing, Fig Nuts? Guessing 246. Jimbonics, the great Jimbonics, the Oprah of Chatsville, 187.
200.
Can't imagine we go over 200, personally. The blinds go up quite quickly here. Looks like we're going to have an all-in moment for Matthew, a hand that's certainly strong enough to go all-in with just 15 big blinds in the small blind. And Derrick will be faced with a decision unless Josh wakes up with something.
Top 10 starting hand. 600,000 is the raise.
And we haven't seen Matthew put many big raises in pre-flop until now. And for Derrick to continue here, you know, he'd have to be thinking that Matthew could have some hands like Queen Jack, King Queen, Ace Deuce Ace 3, of course, Deuces 3s, and even all of those he's not doing particularly well against. Does decide to give it up wisely. just not doing very well against the range of hands that Matthew decides to re-raise with there.
David, I like that. Winner needs to give Slick 300 for the 1-2 game. Hey. Thanks for the thought.
$240.
8 raises to 240.
Jim Bonix, the Oprah of Chatsfield, gifts 5 Lodge live stream memberships. Laurie, DJ, Josh, and gentlemen from Asia, and Lucas, all given a new membership. You get access to custom emojis, access to some content as well. Watch the video on me jumping out of an airplane with a parachute. If you're a Lodge live stream member, you can watch that video.
225.
Derrick fires out 225,000. Take it down. Haven't seen a flop. Couple hands.
Like the raise by Derrick there. Pocket 5 certainly going to be good against a random hand. Might just consider shoving it in for 20 big blinds. It's going to be tough to navigate post flop, but the aggressive action is going to take it down.
$188 entries today, each paying $360. Prize pool well over $50,000. First place $15,460.
$300.
Thank you for not thinking.
Oh.
Once again, we go without a flop. Blinds have just gone up.
Now it's going to get fun.
50,000, 100,000. So Josh now 14 big blinds.
Yeah, 56 total.
14.
He's the short stack.
For you and me.
What?
14, 13 to 15 for you.
Oh, how much do you have? Oh, yeah.
250,000 every 3 hands going in the middle
Looking at ICM
from your stack.
Keep that in the back of your mind.
I would do that. I absolutely just want to play for the trophy. So, well, why don't we play the hand and then talk?
Yeah. I'm just.
Players are talking about a chop.
225.
8 raises to 225.
225? Yep. I call.
Whatever the chop would be, they have to leave a little amount and the trophy to play for.
$150.
150.
We have absolutely no influence or control over players It is their money they're playing for, the players' money. So the lodge has no.
Leave it up top?
Yeah, I'm good with that. What do you think?
What is that?
Oh, so.
What is ICM?
Yeah.
Basically, what they're going to do is count up all our chips and then evaluate using an algorithm what are the odds.
Chopping it?
It's not
chopping
an actual,
it, but it's based on how many chips you have.
It's just
But it's
restructuring
not-
the prize pool. That's all
We
we're.
can look at it, but
Yeah. You'll get your numbers. No, there's no commitment involved.
No commitment.
But
whatsoever.
what he's also proposing, though, is that we would keep a portion of the prize pool separate, continue to play, and then the winner gets that amount plus the trophy.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right?
What I'd recommend is look at the ICM numbers, take $500 off everyone, play for an extra $1,500 in the trophy. That's what I would recommend.
whatever, yeah, bring them in.
So, yeah, they'll
So,
come in.
let's
and
get Mike in.
they'll Yeah, they're
Please
going
start with Hibbs.
Yeah, they'll probably call it, and they'll give us the numbers, and then.
Yep.
So the players
You're
are
gonna get better than
asking
third
for ICM information. So
Better than third. Way better than third.
all the
there
payouts
will
are
be
more
a
even.
slight break. The floor will come in, count up all the chips, punch it into the computer, and give each player a number. Derrick will get the most money because he's got the most chips. It won't be just an even chop.
Basically.
ICM based it on several factors, likely to win. And what they're going to do is figure out what each player gets. They'll take 500 from each player and put that in the middle along with the trophy, and they'll play for that, and they'll each take what they were told their money would be.
Count it, but 18, 25.
And folks, you know, like I said, the lodge, the commentators, we have nothing to do with any part of chop discussions.
No,
It's
it's
completely up to players.
Like,
It's their
basically,
prize
we're
money.
We're all gonna come close to
Oh,
second
cool.
place.
I'm discounted. Love it.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you take first down, and
And here comes the floor. He's going to write down chip stacks and go back and
If we
tell everybody
stop
what they
this
would have.
conversation Now, we won't be able to have it again until we're heads up.
Correct.
Looks like they're going to come out with the numbers.
Right.
Yeah, then
Right.
you can't like play a few hands and then
Right.
like, you know what's
They're
great.
going to have to agree to them as well. It sounded like one of the
Again,
players
you're
wasn't
negotiation.
as
Yeah,
familiar
and we
with
started
this
the conversation,
process,
so
and
sorry,
you know,
Bob,
if
should've mentioned
he
that.
decides
Well,
that he would rather
let's
play
do it out
on
there.
rather than settling
Yeah, I
for
agree.
what the computer says is appropriate, then they can just play on. So they need everyone to say that they're okay with it. But basically what they're doing is they're considering locking up some money, right? There's a lot of variance in poker tournaments. A lot is decided by flips and what cards you get. And if you get it very far in the tournament and this amount of money, you know, these swings are quite large, you know, 3,000, 6,000, it might make sense to go ahead and do something like this. And Fernando brings up a good point as well. It can also just make sense so you can go to bed. It's been a long day, and playing it all the way to the end just might not be something that all of them want to do.
I mean, it comes to the point where the blinds are so big, you're basically close to each other in chips. You know, even the big stack now, Derrick with, what does he have? 2.6 million, something like that. One hand, he could be the short stack in one hand. So it comes to variance is such where, you know, third place is $9,000 difference than first place. It's a lot of money. Yep, Skull Mike finished 6th in this tournament. He's probably at home under the covers.
I don't know if I've actually ever chopped a tournament. Maybe the first one that I ever played, I was heads up with somebody, and I hadn't had much experience. They had a few more chips than me, and they said, how about we do an even chop? I said, that sounds like a good deal. But in general, I personally, I'm a play kind of guy, but hey, if I'm tired and I'm getting a good deal, I can definitely be persuaded to be out of there.
There was one recent tournament. We were listening to the chop discussions, and the guy said, Well, if you give me more than first place money, I will chop. It's like, come on. You can't get more than first place money.
It's been done before. I've heard it. Yeah, I mean, one big skill in poker tournaments it actually can be negotiating like this. I mean, that's a ridiculous proposition, of course,
yeah,
but you can get more than you are owed. And if you can swing that, you know, if you can be a salesman about it, there's an edge there.
So there's the payouts. We are waiting for the floor. You see the difference in between first and third right now in chips, and floor is going to come back.
11,338. Matthew, yours is 9,930. Joshua, yours is 10,550.
Okay, and then that's
not taking anything off.
Right.
So
take
subtract
$1,000
1,000
off
from each of
that.
those numbers.
Number minus 1,000 is
So 89.
Yeah, so your number right now is currently constructed is 9,930. If you guys agree to take
8,930.
Yeah.
Which is better than second place money right now.
Take $1,000 off. I'm fine with that.
You guys agree with that? Okay, sounds good.
Sir? Wait, hang on.
Wait, he hasn't decided.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. What was my number again? 10,000 what?
Yours is 10,550.
Cool. So minus 1,000. Thank you. Congrats, guys.
Maybe.
Regardless, I'm walking out of here with
Minimum.
89.
Minimum.
Yeah, that's the minimum. That's your yeah. Now we're basically playing a 3K sit and go.
That's
All right, so the players have decided what they're going to take. They're going to take $1,000 from each of their payouts and put it in the middle. Play for $3,000 and the trophy.
I mean,
So it
honestly,
should
it's
go
hard
quick.
sometimes when there's not like
You'd
breaking
think.
action because everything's moving
Yeah.
so fast.
Yeah.
Second place shouldn't be worth anything now, right? There's no difference between third and second. It's just that first gets $3,000 extra on top of their ICM payout. So yeah, definitely
be honest,
it might go quick from here. And also, as you'll remember, the big blind is 100,000 right now. So biggest stack is 23.
Faded. I wish I was faded. Dude, I would play all night if I was faded.
I'd be slowing down the action.
I mean, I'm not saying I would be acting in turn or doing anything rational.
On.
See, this is what ICM creates.
That's what it does.
Yeah, I can't call that. I fold.
It's kind of like before when they mentioned trying to pay the bubble. I like that idea because it just I like it just because it ends them hand for hand.
So I'm perfectly fine paying the bubble, but not when someone throws it out there on the bubble. Bubble play is a huge stage of this game, and if you eliminate that, thanks. If you eliminate that, what are you doing? So
That's a fair point.
yeah, 5 away from the bubble. Someone wants to suggest it. I'm all game.
I agree with Josh. That bubble play is a huge piece of the game. It can also be said that final table play is also a huge piece of the game, but I totally understand chopping, and it is up to the players to do that if they want to. Looks like Josh flopped trips here.
Trips, yeah. There's the boat for Josh. Derrick with nothing.
$200.
$1:23 a.m. Central Time. We started streaming 6 hours ago.
200.
Raise 200. Fold and then fold.
Yeah, Fig Nuts, I agree. It can be a really unique experience. It's kind of some of the most complex and beautiful part of the game. So I get why someone would also want to play. It's a personal decision.
The best reason I've heard from a player who refused to chop was, hey, look, I don't get to play heads up very often, and I need to work on that. That's something that I've always wanted to work on, and I don't get a chance to do it. That was the best reason I heard from somebody. Because sometimes there's just one guy. We usually do ask for a chop. If there's a chop, you give players yes/no cards.
Look at the blinds and Andy.
So you don't know the one person that wouldn't want to chop. Where each player would get 2 cards. One says yes, the other says no, and you would toss it in the middle, right side up, so to cover up what your answer was. So no player could say, "Come on, dude, you're the only one that doesn't want the chop." A kind of a secret ballot, if you will. Not to put undue pressure on people to agree to chops.
Yeah, there definitely can be that sort of social pressure to agree. So it's nice to have that removed.
I'll tell you a funny story after this hand. Derrick contemplating, and he's going to go ahead and come along with 10-7 offsuit. A rare flop that we're seeing. So one of the funny stories I was in involving a chop, there were about 5 of us left, and we got the yes/no cards, and we put it in, and there was 1 no. And a guy was a little insistent. No one else said a word. We just said, okay. And the one guy said, "Come on, guys, who said no?" So 4 players are left. We do the yes/no cards again. Sure enough, there's 1 no. Same guy says, "This is getting ridiculous. Who's saying no?" Finally, we figured out the guy who was saying no was the guy who brought bringing all that attention. Who's saying no? He did the old double pump fake. He just didn't want to be attacked.
That's a good troll. That's a good one.
Pull your 5s back.
Was it?
Oh, never mind.
No, it's 50.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
got 150, my bad.
Well,
you could be right, to be honest.
No, you're good. You're good. You're right.
As they're only playing for first place at this point,
seeing it across the table.
it's essentially winner take all. So there's no benefit of laddering up anymore, and they can essentially just play this as a cash game and just playing for chips. Any ideas of, oh, I need to ladder up, so I need to be a little tighter in this spot. You don't have to be concerned with that anymore. All of that's removed. So that might be playing into how players are playing at this stage.
Derrick says, I flopped a pair. It's hard to make a pair and hold them. It's middle pair. But he doesn't.
I think this might be the first time Josh has taken the chip lead. Derrick picking up a really strong hand on the button. Certainly going to raise. See what other players have if they can put up a fight. Potentially find a reshove. 10-8, most likely just going to see a flop.
Call.
Set for Derrick. Bottom pair for Josh.
And a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Imagine he's not going anywhere quite yet.
Call.
Josh will come along. 900,000 in the pot right now.
$325.
Quick fold.
Go back.
Chip's kind of just going in a circle here. No one's getting short. Everyone's about at that average of 20 big blinds. Looks like there's about 5.6 million in play, something like that. 5.8, 6. So average about 18, 19 blinds.
$300.
Matthew picking a good time for some aggression. Queen 6 is a hand that's kind of just on the border of wanting to raise it, and I think Matthew kind of picked up on that. So I don't really want to see a flop here raised a little bit bigger. Got 2 folds. Seeing a lot of really small pots here. Not a lot of big hand collisions. Matthew going to take it down.
Next break in 45 minutes. Players can elect not to have a break or even reduce the break. They reduced the last break we were on from 15 minutes down to about 9 minutes.
300.
I'm all in.
All in here for Josh and quick fold.
Buttons are in.
Starting to see a little bit more aggression from Matthew. The Queen 6 raise, the 7-5 raise, things that we weren't seeing earlier in the tournament. Certainly less pressure on him, given the ICM chop. I do wonder if he's kind of just opening it up a bit, ready to kind trying to get it settled to some extent. It is getting late here.
Or early, depending on how you look at it.
Big Nuts reminding the chat that there was a great showing in the main for a lot of Lodge regulars. We had quite a few people that have been on stream or just play at the Lodge a lot cash the main. Most notably, J-Win had a deep run, I believe, in day 5 or 6. And Mixon.
And High.
Mixon, High.
Yeah.
A10, who got 3rd in the Lodge 3K main recently, also cashed the main. So a lot of great stuff to see there.
And T1000 was, I think, 2 from the money. He had a brutal beat by Keating. Runner, runner, deuces.
Yeah, Fig Nuts. None of the players from the Lodge are left in the main, but kind of unsurprising since there's only like 20, yeah, like Bobby said, 20 left. So, but a lot of really great showings. I think High got 100th or something like that. So Matthew found an ace, gonna ship it in, pick up the blinds.
Yeah, High doesn't play a lot of tournaments, so impressive there. Yeah, Mixon was in chat earlier. We all congratulated him. A lot of us were going to fly out there if he made it to the final table to be on his rail. All in here from Matthew. Will anybody pick up a hand? Actually, he just raised to 300. I thought he went all in. He did not. He just raised 300. Derrick makes the call with Queen High. Top set on the flop for Matthew. And it went check, check. It won't go check, check much longer. Matthew's got to put some chips in here. $1.2 million in the middle.
One of the bigger pots we've seen so far. Matthew definitely going to find himself making a big bet on the server, possibly all in, less than pot. And Derrick's probably going to end up folding. You know, just doesn't have a strong enough hand to contend in here just with bottom pair, but might put him on some draws. We'll see.
Be really interested to see that one later. Probably less so than you, but
Did you fold the monster?
no, I just want to see what he had there.
I think you would have got there.
No.
No, I had a pair.
No, that hand happened earlier.
I had a pair. Nothing great then.
Matthew's turn with the chip lead.
$225.
Hand number 177.
325.
Derrick with an ace in his hand is going to make it 325 on the button. Josh in the big blind with some Broadway cards. This has got to be a call. He's going to definitely make this call with Broadway cards, three-handed.
What may have been giving him some pause is Derrick is choosing a larger raise size than we saw before. Both flopping a flush draw here. Josh might find some leads after the 7 pairs. You know, it's pretty hard for Derrick to have a piece of this board after it goes check, check. You know, even a 3 or a deuce, should he have it, might want to bet, try to take it away.
Ooh, both players now with the flush.
How much is it? 6?
500,000.
Wow. I don't know if I believe you or not.
Pretty tough for Derrick to get away from this. Generally, making a flush in these types of spots, it's very easy to have nothing, and it's relatively hard to have a flush. You know, we see Josh has it here. Certainly flicking it in and seeing a lot of, you know, spade combos or just king 4 offsuit without a diamond.
Makes the call. And a huge pot, possibly the biggest pot of the tournament. And Derrick now with 7 big blinds.
I was hoping when I checked them they would flip in my hand.
Get that, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Josh now,
One of them was a diamond.
2.8 million.
Good of Josh to find that value bet with a queen high diamond. You know, it isn't always good, and a lot of players would just check that over to Derrick, thinking, oh, I'm not very good. I'm not always good here. You might have the king of diamonds, ace of diamonds. Definitely true. That being said, the queen of diamonds is very good there, and I think his bet earned him an extra 500,000.
I'm all in.
All in for Josh. And Derrick makes the call with his ace.
I just looked at the one. Yeah.
Josh is live here. See the equity. Derrick 55% to win this hand. Josh 45%. This is for Derrick's tournament life. There's the 9 for the straight, and Josh eliminates Derrick. And we're down to heads up.
Thank you. Good playing with you.
You too, man. Good night.
Good night.
I think Derrick is going to take away something like 11 or 12,000. I forget what the ICM value was of his stack at the time of the chop. But
Yeah, at the time of the chop, Derrick was the chip leader.
And no ante, no.
might have been 11.5, something like
That
that.
was small, so I should be button.
Yeah, you should get the button. So you'll be small button.
So even, well, it's going to be close.
Sure. Let me.
Should be no ante, but let's validate that.
No, we are doing ante. We're not reducing ante at all.
Oh, even for heads up.
even
Okay,
on your
that's fine.
heads up.
That's fine.
I need you to move over C2.
Josh says that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's the rule. We weren't asking permission, Josh. That's fine. I'll allow it.
This one.
Heads up, folks.
Yep. $250.
On.
All in from Matt. Did he say all in? Yes, he did. Queen 9, same hand.
No. Oh, fuck.
You gotta be very careful with that.
Right. You're right.
I might have to get a floor.
That's fine.
Well, if they end up calling here, it's going to be a chop most likely. It looks like Josh may have unintentionally
You're absolutely
called.
He threw a chip in, and usually a chip thrown in is a call.
So he's got the button.
Let's listen in.
He gets first pre-flop. He raises the 250, has yet to put his chips out.
Yep.
He says all in. I throw the all in sign out, the placard out. I come back to him. He says, okay, and then he puts chips in.
I said all right. And
Or all right, okay. So he, regardless,
But
he makes an agreeable statement, then puts chips in. Granted, he still has not put his 250 in from what he said.
Right.
He was raising 2.
Okay.
And
did you test your cards at all?
No.
No,
No.
never.
No one has tabled
It looked
cards.
like he was throwing his cards though too. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. But
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back and look at the cameras in the stream to determine
Okay.
what you actually did in this instance.
That's fine.
Okay.
So floor is called. They're going to check the cameras to see what the action looked like.
Already locked up, so much. So
That was an error on Josh's part simply because he wanted to fold.
I just wish you hadn't. I don't know. It's totally on me. Totally on me.
But he was putting chips in to complete what he owed the pot, as best as I can describe it. But the motion of putting chips in and saying, okay, or
I feel like the rule ought to be I have to put additional chips in. That's what I hope the outcome should be. It will be.
Don't think that. I believe the outcome is going to be binary. Either he's able to put out his raise and fold his hand, or he'll be all in, and we probably will see a chop, which will be kind of funny.
Real thing.
I think if they turn over the cards,
Right.
they'll both laugh.
although,
Yeah.
Unless spades.
Do you want
yeah, spades
all the
or
chips in right now?
oh no, I don't want to call.
Or clubs or hearts.
Well, floor's
I
gonna
mean,
tell us
I
what to
could
do.
be, I don't know. I don't have a great hand.
Yeah.
I think the chat's right, pointing out that this is kind of a 2 a.m. situation. Probably Josh wouldn't have done this had it been 2 hours ago.
Could be.
Sounds like you might be.
I don't have a terrible hand, but it's not good. That's the least of my concerns.
The clock.
The clock. Yeah. It's good we're getting up in the levels. It'll end this sooner. Just make sure I've got 250 out here to start. Yeah, 250.
lesson here is be careful because the dealer is an official of the game and he doesn't make the rules. He follows the rules, and the rule in that situation is he's looking for a chip to cross into the pot to symbolize a call.
Like watching
A chip, a couple chips, at least one chip in would signify a call. And that's what the dealer is looking at. So that's why he had to call the floor. He can't just arbitrarily say, all right, let's listen in.
So, all right is not necessarily a declaration because he had not tabled his cards. If he had tabled his cards, you're calling because you did not
Understood.
make your actions clear.
Yep, understood.
Please make your actions 100% clear.
Yep.
Because in that instance, like I said, if he had tabled his cards, so you have full options as to what you're going to do.
I'm folding. I'm just curious. Come on.
What'd you show?
Queen 9, off. Suited. You had me crushed. Nice hand.
So the
that's
floor
really
made their
funny.
ruling.
That's
Made
really funny.
sense.
All right.
On to the next hand. We are done with that
In
drama.
all likelihood, yeah. I feel like yeah. I'm glad you didn't table your hand. I think this played out the way it should have.
We at the lodge are.
It looks like you're.
We are rule abiding here. I'll say as a player, you know, definitely if you're playing here,
You have to.
You gotta watch out for things for sure at the lodge specifically. You know, we are quite by the book here, and that it's a good thing in a lot of ways.
I think honestly, I think it's the only way, because if you aren't, then you get into situations where you're doing it one way one day, and the next day you're not. This way, if you're following only the rules, you're doing it the same for everyone. Me, you, the guy down the street.
Back to the action. Looks like Matthew raised it up on the button with 9-5 suited, called the big blind 9-7 of diamonds. It does say big blind 100K, although I saw the clock go to 120, so I'm not sure if we're up in levels.
Interesting. During that scenario,
they might have put the clock back. I'm not sure. In any case, the blinds are very high. We were looking at about 20 big blinds each.
Wells Elkins, we appreciate that. We're your favorite channel. Lodge Livestream is my favorite channel.
You might have a 100,000 edge. 300.
All in.
You said what?
All in.
All in.
Okay, you are in for 300.
I'm in.
Put that out there.
Yep. Let me get my 300. Yep.
Don't know what Josh has here. Oh, he has 9-7 suited. Matthew's all in with K9 Wolf.
Matthew's making some bigger shoves here. He may, in some sense, I wonder if he's kind of ready to just racehorse it for a bit. I mean, certainly these hands are very reasonable, King 9, Queen 9, but definitely see him get more aggressive as the night is going on.
I feel like he actually wanted to call that time.
I would have been okay with the call. I think I had the best.
Yeah. Yeah. I liked my hand, but. Yep.
They are at 120, although the graphics say 50-100. We are at big blind 120 right now.
Matthew's very quiet with his all in. He goes all in again, and he's stepping on the gas. He's ready to go home.
Imagine we're going to see a collision at some point. Two hands that are worth going all in with.
Call.
Josh deciding just to call this time, maybe not wanting to get his hand caught in the cookie jar. Both players playing the board here, quad nines with a queen.
Call.
Call 150.
Board.
Board. Okay.
Hey, Dan, what time is it?
It is almost 1:45.
Are you fucking kidding? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Call.
Check.
Matthew, 3.1 million in chips. Josh, 2.2 million. Wheel draw for Josh, open-ended. Down to 2. I think we started the day with, came on air with 30-something, 38 players.
300.
Cowboys here for Josh. Matthew needs a magical flop here. He's in trouble. Not so magical, but the ace may slow some things down. Josh hates that ace.
Doesn't like the ace, although Matthew has been shoving a lot pre-flop and probably doesn't have an ace, given that he might just put it all in pre. Josh might have picked up on that. Wins the pot.
$1:57 a.m., approaching 2 a.m. Central Time here in Austin, Texas. We will be here until there's a winner. But I got to tell you, we won't be here that much longer after there is a winner. We may get out of here quick. Matthew is so quiet with what he wants to do. It's hard to hear. Both players hit a pair. Gut shot possibilities for Matthew. Fires out 300,000. And there's the call. Four-liner to a straight here. All in.
Matthew just not scared of that four-liner, that one-liner at all. Putting it in. Josh going to have a tough time with just a 10. You know, potentially Matthew has some hearts. He certainly doesn't have a weaker hand for value.
Going to lay it down. Interesting, some people say four-liner, other players say, people say one-liner. Four, I say there's four out there on the board that can make a straight. Four-liner, but I get it. People say different things. I don't know what the correct answer is there. I've heard it said both ways.
I just said both, and I really do not know which one it is. I know the difference between set and trips.
Yes,
I know that.
Yes.
But this one, I'm not sure.
You know,
no
I think both could be good there. I've heard both said.
300.
Oh.
300,000.
Heads up, they're just constantly stacking each other chips.
Yeah. And both players' chop value was very similar. But they are playing for $3,000 in the middle, additional, and the trophy.
It's really interesting, this format, having the big blind ante, you know, the full big blind ante heads up.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're supposed to play the entire deck, or certainly you're supposed to play a lot of hands. There's essentially 120,000 splash pot in there. I'm not sure how crazy you're supposed to go. But definitely we see the players playing a lot of hands pre-flop.
$300.
I don't know, folks. Will it end soon? Who knows? You know, we're here until it ends. I hope it's before lunch tomorrow. I do have lunch plans, Brendan.
Where are you going?
I don't know yet. We've got to decide that.
You know who you're going with,
Yes,
but not where.
my wife. Yes, I know my wife. My wife. Part of town you live in? You live downtown?
I live in Cherrywood. Cherrywood, Austin. It's a Manor Road area, just
Okay.
east of the university.
Okay.
Used to live in Hyde Park.
Yeah.
Really love the university area. A
Yeah.
lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Central Austin, I say often.
You did say Manor. You didn't say Manor.
I said it right.
Okay, good.
Yes.
That's when I know
Of
people
course,
aren't from
Manor
Austin.
Road, yes.
There you go.
Lots of great bars and restaurants.
It's funny. When I was going to school, that was not, you didn't want to go over there. It was wasn't a very safe place.
It's so close to the university. That's funny.
Yeah. Anything on that side. But it's changed a lot. There's the queen on the turn for Matt and the check mark.
Two pair on the river. It's going to be tough for Josh not to want to take a stab at this one just with literally the nut low. Probably going to run into it if he does choose to. We have seen Josh take stabs in similar spots. Matthew might even go for a raise on the river.
Rivering two pair here. Matthew not going anywhere, right? He's
On.
Yeah, he's all in, and there's the fold. Matthew's going. What just went on there? 3 million chip pot. Matthew now with a close to a 4-1 chip lead over Josh. Yeah, there's a couple roads in Austin. You ask, you know.
They're tests to know if you're actually from
Yes.
Austin. Yes, the classic Manchaca.
Yes.
How do you say that? How do you say?
Manchac instead of Manchaca. And then, of course, Guadalupe.
Or the drag.
Manor, yeah.
Could also call it the drag.
The
Looks
drag.
like we have an all-in. Matthew kind of picking up some steam here. Whittling Josh down to about 10 blinds.
Shout out to the dealers tonight, two of them, Damon and Lauren. Want to give a special shout out also to the incredible production staff. Who's the best in the business? I want to give you a shout out, Brendan, for joining me in the bunker when there was 14 left.
It's been a delight. Nice way to wrap up the night after a session. I didn't want to play anymore, so
you give some good insight. Cowboys here for Matthew, and we'll go to hand number 194.
David Williams talking about the avenues in Hyde Park. I definitely lived on some of those. A and F, I believe, at some points.
All in. And a call. And Matthew got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Going all in with the Robbie. K9 Wolf for Josh, but this is for Josh's tournament life. There's the jack. This could be over. Needs a king, does Josh. Doesn't come, and it's over.
Yeah, likewise.
Hand number 194. It's over. Congratulations to Matthew, who's going to get the trophy and the pride of being the champ. Brendan, thank you so much for joining me.
It's been a pleasure. Congrats to Matthew on that 3,000 extra in the middle due to their ICM chop. And I am excited for some of the tournaments coming up here at the Lodge, the Art of Poker, the $400 Mega Monster that's coming up. I'll be here. I'll be around.
I know you will. Folks, for everyone here at the Lodge, I want to thank you for spending your Saturday evening into Sunday morning with us. We'll be back on Thursday. Remember this week's schedule, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A week from today, which is Sunday, we will have more tournament poker. If you love this tournament poker, it'll be the Art of Poker on Sunday, the 21st. Get on out there and play some poker. Take care, everybody.